I'm Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series Amok Time. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by Theodore Sturgeon, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise doing normal business. However, we have Spock. He's acting a little bit weird. He's acting a little bit emotional. You know, that's weird. Why would he be acting emotional? I love this because why? There has to be something insane happening to have him act so emotional like this. And usually he's able to explain his way via logic, but he's so touchy-feely about this subject. He's like, no, I don't want to tell anyone what's going on with me. Just get me to Vulcan. And there's orders from higher up telling them to go to this planet. They got to go to this planet at the specific place, specific time. You have no time for detours. And what's fun, the tension of this episode, is we gotta get Spock to this planet. And we have higher-ups being like, hey, Kirk, you have to go to this planet that we're telling you to go to. And meanwhile, Spock's like, ah! You know, being a little bit of an emotional guy. And I love it. Oh, man. You know what's great about Vulcan when they get there? It's so dry. Unlike where I'm at right now, which is incredibly windy. I'm on a windy planet right now. But it's nice. I don't think I'd be able to survive the Vulcan heat, though. I mean, I'm a Vulcan myself, but you know. Oh, yikes. I don't like the heat that much. So anyway, we have Spock being emotional, irrational, going insane. And he has like a whole episode. I need to go to Vulcan. I need to go there, right? And we have a little fisticuff going on between them, but it takes a little bit of a while to have them seduced, chilled out. We gotta chill out Spock, but finally he tells Kirk, it's an order, you have to tell me it is on my name. My name. I'm defying orders for you, Spock. Why do you want me to go to Vulcan so badly? And so he's like, well, every 7 years there's this emotional hormonal imbalance thing that just happens, and if we don't have sex with somebody, then we're going to go insane, or we're going to be incredibly illogical, irrational, even die. And so I like the tension even further. Spock will die, and if Kirk doesn't go and take him to Vulcan, Spock will die. If he defies the orders of higher ups, then he will die in a career sense. So this is a fun tension being built. But I do like that they go to Vulcan. They end up at Vulcan, incredibly hot. There's like a few people there. There's like this whole ceremony actually. Spock has a wife, but this wife has met a pure blood Vulcan, and Spock is, you know, feeling this hormonal drive. He has to have sex with that chick. And there's this whole ritual where Spock has been mated with somebody when he was a youngling. So whenever this 7-year hormonal thing occurs, then they can have the sex and do all the fun jazz, and then they can be on their logical ways. So of course, Spock is angered. He's like, oh, this chick that I've wanted to have sex with, she won't let me have sex with her unless I fight somebody. And what's interesting is this chick, she's like, oh, I'm going to have you fight Kirk. Kirk accepts, but the terms are it's a fight to the death. So obviously Spock being very strong, he's a lot stronger, he's on his home planet, and Kirk is weak. He's dealing with the air. Oh no, the air. Oh, it's so thin. I love McCoy. He's there. He's got a big brain on his shoulders, McCoy does. He's like, oh, hey, there's an official here, T'Pau. She rejected being into the Federation Council, so she was the only Vulcan that's ever done that, anyone that's ever done that. What's interesting is that she is here overseeing this, and McCoy is like, hey, can you let me do an oxygen thing so he can fight better, and then like give him a little injection. She's like, sure, okay, yeah. And then he does a little bit of a ejection to Kirk, and then Kirk faints, and then he's proclaimed dead, and Spock's angry. He's like, ah, you made me kill Kirk. I'm no longer interested in you. But this chick was like so big brained. She's like, yeah, I know, I did this on purpose. I challenged you. I knew you would not like the challenge. I knew that when you did the challenge it would not be good, and the results would be you would kill Kirk because I was going to choose Kirk, and you know, if you won, then you would deny me. If Kirk won, then Kirk would deny me. So it's a win-win. And then Spock's like, oh, this is great and logical. How did logical good here? It's amazing. Wow, I can't believe it. I like how this chick logicked her way out of a marriage that was a ritual from their childhood. So it's like very sacred. But she was able to choose a man. So she is happy. And Spock is like, whatever, I'm disinterested in you. Alright, I feel logical again. Man, Kirk's not alive. This makes me sad. And so they all beam up to the ship. They all beam up to the USS Enterprise. And this is a great, funny reveal, right? Spock's like, oh man, I'm sad that Kirk is dead. I feel so bad. I'm going to resign. I'm going to give myself up for killing Kirk. And then Kirk just pops up like right behind Spock, and he's like, oh yeah, you better tell me whatever orders, you better consult with me first or whatever. I forget the exact words, but I really like this. Kirk's alive, and it explains what happened. Well, Bones gave him a little injection that made it seem like he was dead, but why do you need something like that? A neural paralyzer? What function could that be other than to just pretend that you're dead? Leave a comment if you know the other functions of a neural paralyzer or whatever it's called, other than pretending to be dead. Leave them comments below. You know more than I do about Star Trek and all that fun science stuff. Comment section, so do the thing. And also like this too if you haven't already. So overall, I really like this episode. I like seeing Spock. He has horny energy in the way that he can convey it, which is logical and extreme. Like he's normally just like chill. He's following the logical thing, but he in this state, he has to succumb to biology, or else he's going to die. He will die. And I'm like, geez, that's a little bit of extreme, but I like it. Overall, I like this episode because it fleshes out the Vulcan background, fleshes out the background of Vulcans, and also, I should mention, there's a few key things. First, this is the first appearance of the gesture and saying long live and prosper before Spock leaves, which is fun. So anyway, I like this episode, and also we meet Chekhov. Chekhov's a navigator. He's here. He's here now. We have Chekhov. He's cool. I like his Russian accent. Mother Russia, I'm alcohol and cold. Is that a good Russian accent? Anyway, this is a fun episode. I always like episodes that expand more on Spock and more on Vulcan history, and also display Kirk's quick-wittedness and his character. I really like this episode a lot. I gotta give this episode, it's like a solid 8.3 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm Inside, and I saw Star Trek the original series, Who Mourns for Adonis. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Gilbert Ralston and Dean L. Kuhn. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're encountering a green hand. A grand hand just goes up towards them and then grabs the USS Enterprise, and immediately you're like, what is this green hand doing here? That is so weird. This green hand is energy. It's not a physical thing. It's a field of energy, a field of green energy. And so this is being produced by the planet surface below. The sensors are reading. And so we gotta have a bunch of people go down there, including Spock, Kirk, and also there's this chick. She knows a lot about ancient cultures and artifacts and all that fun jazz. So she goes down here, and who are we meeting? We're meeting Apollo. This person who claims to be Apollo, he's like, I am a person who deserves love and worship, and I have to be loved and worshipped in order to survive. And I'm just thinking, you seem a little bit privileged, guy, because the default state of being is not love and worship. Incredibly privileged man. I'm like, this is some really high expectations that you got going on here, Apollo, if that even is your name. Of course, the crewmen are like questioning him. They're like, is this guy really Apollo? This is weird. What's fun about this episode is that this Apollo guy, he's got a beautiful garden, just like the one in, I guess he has a more pretty garden than I do, but he has a beautiful garden, and he's just hanging out. He's like, hey, woman, lady, you're the only lady here. You are beautiful. I want to marry you. Also, hey guys, please stay here. You guys are going to stay here forever because I need love and worship, but in exchange, I'll give you everything that you want. Anything you want, anything you desire, anything you need. I'll give you it all. And Kirk, you know what he wants? He wants to explore the stars. That's something that Apollo cannot give him if he stays here. So Kirk is like, no. And I'm like, yeah, go, Kirk. You go, Kirk. You're making the right decision. You're making the responsible decision. But this chick, she seems to be in love with Apollo. So it's very hard for her to be like thinking of the good of the group because she's thinking about herself. She's like, I get to be with a handsome man. I get to be with a god. A person who says that he's a god. But actually, I like the little discussion going on in this episode. Like, Apollo, isn't he like a Greek god? That's weird. Why is he here? Oh, well, alien race came from another planet. An alien race that needed to be loved and also worshipped constantly in order to stay alive. Yeah, they went to Earth. The Greeks were there. They were worshipped by the Greeks, and then, stuff happened to Greece, and they're no longer a country. Wait, Greece exists? Wait, why did the Greeks stop worshipping the gods? The Greek gods. Why did they stop worshipping the Greek gods? I am not a historian in Greek history and Greek mythology, so if you know these answers, let me know in the comments below, because I don't know these facts. I don't know anything about Greece. I only know that Roman basically stole their idea for gods, and that's what the planets are named after. They're named after Roman gods. So that's literally all I know. So of course we have Apollo. He's here. He's an alien race that went to Earth many, many years ago. He got the Greeks to worship him, and then they stopped worshiping him and also his other guys, and so they had to leave, and then they ended up dying, and then that is tragic. And also, since it's now warm enough for mosquitoes to come out, and so now we're now in a seasonal, I guess, three-season battle against mosquitoes now. I found them here. I find them. I'm going to get them. I'm going to make sure they don't bite me. Get out of here, mosquitoes. Anyway, I do like Kirk. He's like, hey, you freaking mosquitoes. Kirk's like, hey, you have to. This is an order, by the way. You have to tell him off easy. You have to be like, I'm not interested in you, actually. And this is a little bit of a struggle for her. The episode doesn't really ruminate on how much of a struggle this is for her. It just kind of shows her face expressions. It's like, oh no, I have to deny this husky man. He's very glowing and he wears shiny gold things. I like him. This is gonna be sad. This is gonna be hard to do. I hope there's no freaking mosquitoes on me. This is gonna be a very annoying season. Anyway, so she lets him down. The way she done it is hilarious. She's like, oh, I'm just studying you for science reasons. You're like a bacteria. And it's like, oh, this is brutal, man. You compared him to a bacteria? Whoa, man. Oh, you done did him dirty, dude. And of course, he's sad. You know, he has nice lightning powers. He's Apollo, of course. He goes, and then a bunch of lightning goes, and Apollo, he's so desperate for love and worship that he's like, before this point, he's like, hey, Kirk, how about you bring the rest of your crewmates down here and we'll just hang out on this nice little planet and I'll be your god and you'll worship me and then I'll destroy the Enterprise. We'll crush it. And I'm like, no, the Enterprise, that's what they're here for. They don't want to be near you, Apollo. So of course, he allows some communication to go through because previously he cut off all communication. There's no communication from the Enterprise down to here. And what's nice is that they get some communication, and the communication's like, hey, how about you send a phaser? Just have all your phaser energy go towards this specific target, the temple where he's sitting at. That's the source of the power. And so the Enterprise just goes, just beams it towards the Enterprise. And the Enterprise just beams towards this temple, and then this temple is destroyed. And he's like, oh, I'm destroyed. I'm sorry, gods. I know you guys were right. I was wrong. I was so insistent that someone would love and worship me. The Enterprise doesn't want Apollo, and so Apollo is like, I'm sorry, gods. You guys are right, I was wrong, just take me. No one wants to love and worship me no more. I guess I'm just going to die now. And then he just dies, and then the Enterprise is let loose, and the Enterprise is like, well, weird. That was a weird time, but we sure had a time. It was weird. And then they just kind of just go off on their own way. So that's the end of the episode. This is a fun episode. I was not expecting to meet Apollo in Star Trek, but here he is. And then he's now no longer here because he dies in this episode. Oops. Anyway, if you know anything about Greek mythology, please let me know. I don't know anything about Greek mythology or anything of that sort. All I know is I know Apollo by name because Apollo is a name. But I don't know if he was the guy who flew close to the sun, or was he the guy who had those shoes that had wings on them or something? I don't know. I barely know any of Greek history of any kind. I know they created democracy. I know that much. But overall, this is a fun episode. I feel like this episode mostly focuses on Apollo just trying to keep what's his. He's trying to keep hold of what's his, even though it's not his. So he's going to force somebody to stay here and worship him, even if it's against their own will or whatever. And it's sad. It's a sad feat for Apollo. But I mean, other than meeting Apollo, kind of questioning what the heck's up with Apollo, why is he here? Oh, answer, he's an alien. Okay, cool. There's not like a huge amount of depth to this episode. I guess the episode showcasing what would people do if they were captured by Apollo and forced to be his guy, and they were refusing it. I guess that's what this episode kind of showcases, but it's just them going to a planet and then dealing with shenanigans. It's a fun episode. I mean, this is not my favoriteest episode in the world, but it's fun, and I really like the set, and I wish I was living in the set. So I gotta give this episode, it's like a solid 7.2 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Changeling. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by John Meredith Lucas, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise going to a planet which was previously talking to them, and now is just gone. Spock detects no life forms whatsoever. Immediately like, how can 4 billion people disappear within like 2 days? They were talking to the Federation a couple of days ago, and now they're just gone. And this is weird. What's happening? Of course, this is perplexing. Spock and Kirk are, distracted when suddenly there's this green beam that just shoots at the Enterprise, and this green beam takes a lot of shield out of them. It's 90 times stronger than a regular photon torpedo, which is insane. And of course, the USS Enterprise is like, we're being shot at, we have to defend ourselves. And so they shoot at this thing that's causing these torpedoes, and it just absorbs the energy. That's weird. Also, this is 500 metric tons in a meter of space? Okay. So of course, Kirk's like, I gotta contact this dude. I have to talk to him. I'm gonna see what's up. And so they have a little bit of a chat like, hey, this is the USS Enterprise. This is Captain Kirk here. And this guy is like, oh, hello. I would like to talk to you. Let's have a civil discussion. And hey, how about you come on my ship? Well, your ship's a little small, guy. How about you come on our ship? And so this guy beams up onto the ship. And it's not a guy. It's a husk of metal. A metal husk. So much metal. This is like a little tall guy. He calls himself Nomad. His directive is to eliminate imperfect beings, which is everyone. So he encounters an imperfect being and he's like, oh, that must be destroyed. And it's like, uh-oh, that's like all of the beings in the universe, because there has to be no perfect beings in the universe. If you know of any perfect beings within the universe, within the Star Trek fandom, please let me know. They certainly have not been introduced within this season, or series, more for that matters. So this is intriguing. I'm like, Nomad, no madness for you, dumb pun. Sounded better in my head. So we have Nomad. His prime directive is to get rid of a bunch of people if they're not perfect. And of course, we have Kirk's like, this is interesting. I wonder what is up with this guy. Also, this guy keeps calling me the creator. I wonder why. Well, it's because Nomad thinks that Kirk is the creator because a guy named Roy Kirk created him back in the 21st century. Oh yeah, this is a human creation. A human creation to explore other planets. It's been sent out to explore planets, and it was thought to have been destroyed. But clearly it is not, and obviously the prime directive of this thing created by a human would not be destroy living things. So what happened? What happened to Nomad? What is going on with Nomad? And meanwhile, we got Nomad. He's just been instructed to chill in the whatever is called the sick bay, and then he hears Aurora, or he's just having a little bit of a chill, listening to Aurora, and then like a little bit of an antennae just pops up, and he just goes to the bridge. He just straight up goes to the bridge, and then he goes up to Aurora. Aurora. How do you pronounce that name? So he goes up to her and is like, "What are you doing? What purpose does this have?" "I don't know. I just like to sing." He puts like some sort of spray on her head, and it's like, "Think of music." It's like, what? Okay, you're just now introduced to the concept of music, and now you need to learn what the heck music is. And I find this to be really funny, because now you're just like probing people's brains. And then Scotty is like, oh, he didn't have to do anything, dude. Scotty is like, don't touch that woman. Don't touch her. I'm like, wow, you need to chill, Scotty. She didn't ask for your help. I know that she's just standing there just, talking to Nomad. It's weird. What a weird thing. they have to deal with. But of course, Scotty is dead. He gets killed. He gets killed. And Kirk comes up. He's like, dude, what are you doing, dude? You just killing people? Don't kill my men. He was very necessary. He's like, he was imperfect. He was defective or whatever. And Kirk's like, he was useful to me. Luckily, Nomad's like, I can cure him of death. And he does do that. He brings him back from the dead. And I'm like, wow, he can just bring people back from the dead? That's kind of OP, but also you can destroy people and bring back people at a whim. Why are you choosing to destroy people, Nomad, if you can cure people from death? You made Scotty so he's not dead. He's like, what happened here? What's going on? What's going on? And wow, I feel like they wait so long that the 3-minute the brain oxygen thing, brain death that occurs within 3 minutes of your brain being depleted by oxygen, I would feel like that would have happened to Scotty, but they had 3 minutes or less, and Scotty's now alive, and it seems like he has no brain damage. So that's good for Scotty. Good for you, Scotty. Good for not having brain damage. So we have Nomad. He's a weird creature. Spock's on it. He's going to look into this, and what he finds that when he got hit by a meteorite, this Nomad, he encountered this alien species where the directive was to collect oil samples and sterilize the oil samples from different planets. And so get out of here, mosquito. Ooh, gross. Ugh. They had some blood in that mosquito. So anyway, the prime directive of this alien species is to collect some soil. So Nomad combines with this alien species, and now their two instructions are mangled into one, and Nomad now interprets the alien instruction and the, first of all, damaged memory banks. So Nomad kind of has an idea of what he's supposed to do, but now his instructions are to destroy imperfect life beings. So he's just going around, just going to imperfect life beings and just destroying them. Billions of people. Billions, so many. He's got all the power. He's so OP. And I'm like, we gotta stop Nomad. How are you gonna stop Nomad? Kirk makes the mistake of being like, yeah, I'm your creator. I'm imperfect. And so Nomad's like, I don't want to listen to any of you imperfect beings. Okay, I like this strat. Get the frick away from me, mosquitoes. Oh my goodness, mosquitoes. I wish I was in the USS Enterprise, but it's a little bit too dark for that. We got Kirk. He's like, hey, Nomad, you think you're so perfect, huh? You've been created by an imperfect being, and you know what? You're imperfect too, because I'm not your creator. I'm James T. Kirk. Your creator is Roy Kirk. You're getting it wrong. You're imperfect. And the fact that you didn't destroy yourself when you realized that you're imperfect is another imperfect thing that you did. Suck on that, Nomad. And then Nomad's like, and he starts like freaking out. It seems like his, circuits just start overloading. They start like crackling. It's like clear he's about to explode. So they take him out to the transporter. First of all, I like the anti-gravity guns. You can just carry them. Not guns, they're like some sort of like holder things. Put him on the side of Nomad, and then he can carry him to where he needs to be carried. I thought it was like, how heavy is he? And you're saying that Kirk and Spock can carry them just by themselves? Okay, sure. So anyway, we have Nomad being sent to the middle of space, transported right to deep space, and then he explodes. And then that's the end of the episode. Nomad, he could have been made a good doctor. Too bad. I like Kirk. He's like, oh, he's my son. He's my son. He would have been a really good doctor. Too bad I had to destroy my son. And everyone else is like, what? And here I am like, what? What are you doing, Kirk? You calling him your son? Just because he said, Kirk, because your name is Kirk and the creator's name is Roy Kirk. I mean, it's not the same thing, but whatever. This is a fun episode. I like Nomad a lot. hate this mosquito. I did not get it. Dang it. Anyway, I like Nomad a lot. I'm sad that he needs to destroy people and destroy everything, which is sad, but it's all right. I'm glad that he's also gone because his existence is a threat, and so are the mosquitoes around me. They're all threats. They're all threats. Anyway, so I like this episode. I like how Nomad just casually kills people throughout this episode, has the power to bring them back, but then is like, I'm going to fully disintegrate people that I kill after restoring Scotty to life. And Scotty, you need to stop sticking up for women, okay? Uhura was not in a self-defense situation. She was just having a little bit of a chat, and then I think it was actually Uhura's fault for not being able to think of music at that moment. So she deserved to get her memory cleared, and so we have the medical staff trying to teach her things again. She has to be taught everything. No brain damage, just that her entire memory is erased. She has to learn how to read, learn how to write, learn how to do all that fun jazz. And by the end of the episode, she's about a year away from being at where she was at. I'm like, okay, this is fun. Exciting. Uhura. You got some good learning on you. You got some good learning skills. I like this episode. It's a fun one. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.5 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm Inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Mirror Mirror. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Jerome Bixby, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. The episode starts, we're following the USS Enterprise. We have Kirk. He's trying to talk to these guys. Hey, can I have some of your crystals, man? I just want some crystal. And they're like, nah, man, we know the destructive power of your people in the past. We don't want to give you any crystal because you're going to use it wrong, and we have some ethical concerns, right? Totally fair. I like how James T. Kirk handles this. He's like, all right, well, you don't want to give your crystal to us. I completely understand. You know, I think that I should instead let you know that I won't force it upon you. Even though you mentioned, oh, you could just force it from us, take it from us, like forcefully, and he's like, nah, man, I'm just gonna let you decide. I'm gonna prove it to you that we're good people. And I really like that. And then they use the transporter, and then, there's a problem with the transporter. And it's like, what's going on here? They go blipping out of existence. Hard connection. It seems to me that there's some magnetic storm magnets. How do they work? I don't know, but it affects this storm. The storm affects them, and you know what happens during the storm? They go to a alternate universe. There's a landing party. A landing party of 4. We got Kirk, we got Scott, we got Bones, and we got Uhura. Freaking space bug in here. Anyway, they're chilling. You know what's interesting? Spock has a goatee in this universe. I like immediately how during this look at this parallel universe, it shows mostly the bad parallel universe versus the good parallel universe. The only time that the episode really shows what the counterparts are doing, it just is like, oh, well, question, I wonder what they're doing, and then it shows like what they're doing, right? So I like immediately Spock has a goatee, and he's like, oh, something's wrong. Some malfunction has occurred. Hey, would you like to punish this man who caused this malfunction? And what's interesting is these guys immediately notice that Kirk is acting strange, but they don't exactly know how to quantify it at the very beginning. Spock is like, logic, facts and logic, what's up? You're not being all murdery and such. What's up with that? You're acting weird. Can you go to sick bay, please? You know the Empire rules, right? And I like Kirk's ability to adapt to a situation. Is like, yes, I understand. Stand by. They're beaming up after trying to negotiate and getting these crystals from these dudes, and the bad dudes would want to destroy this planet. And I feel kind of conflicted because I know that Kirk just promised that he wouldn't destroy them, which is, you know, very sad. I wouldn't want them to be destroyed. I hope they don't get destroyed. You know, I just love these guys. They're so peaceful. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. And let's just destroy them because they're not compliant. And Kirk has to sit there and be like, wait. Hold on, wait. Have a chill pill. No, we're not doing anything, dude. Stop trying to force me to do things, okay? Everyone keeps questioning, what are you doing? Don't you want to be more violent? Isn't that just weird? And I'm like, your cover's blown. What are you gonna do, Kirk? Let's just go to my quarters. You dismiss your quarters. Okay, I go to my quarters. Kirk goes to his quarters. You know what says his quarters? There's a chick in the bed. And this chick has like a two-piece. There's like a midriff showing. It's quite interesting. I'm like, ooh, she's a sexy lady. The captain's sleeping with chicks? I know Kirk would not sleep with a chick. But this bad opposite parallel universe, weird wacky universe, is going to be subject to the bad things that Kirk would do. If he was a bad person, he would sleep with people. Because he has that charm, man. He has that charm. All of the ladies want to listen to him because he's so charmful. What's fascinating is we have the people that came up through the transporter. The landing party. Hey, Kirk, I'm Kirk. And I'm going to order people to go to sickbay. The people that were with me, let's go to sickbay. Let's all talk in private. Let's discuss what's happening. This is weird. Parallel universes, fascinating, interesting stuff. And I'm just like, you know, I like that. They're going to try to do a little bit of a sneak around. They're trying to figure out how to escape. They gotta, use the transporter. I like this strategy. First, it's established that Sulu, whenever the captain or Spock are gone, the Sulu will just hit on Aurora. Someone please comment how to pronounce her name so I can remember phonetically forever how to pronounce her name. Names are hard, okay? Names are really hard. I hope you understand. I like that she notices that Sulu will just flirt with her, and so whenever we need to distract Sulu from the fact that somebody's using the transporter thing, maybe let's have a little bit of a flirt. Hey, you were supposed to come back. That's how the game works. You go back, you come back, and then you have a little bit of a chat, and we're like, it's a little bit teasy thing. Why didn't you come back? And then Sulu gets all hands on, and I'm like, ooh, that's a little bit uncomfortable. I'm a little bit uncomfortable. But also, whenever somebody defies an order, they have to go through this agony chamber, and hey, do you want to go through this, the chamber? I forget what it's called, but the word, it's like conspicuous, and it's like, yeah, it could be innocent. And then it's actually terrifying. It produces agonizing pain, and I don't like that. I don't want to produce agonizing pain to people. And Kirk doesn't like seeing that. He's like, okay, we're done. No more agony chamber, please, for these people. I don't like that idea whatsoever. So I like that. And they're all trying to like get in together, and then Scotty and McCoy have to go down to the engine room and rig the power to the transporter room. So it's just the four of them evenly spread. And then what's fun is we have this device in Kirk's room that can just instantly kill someone, which is OP as heckity heck. But also what's interesting is that this chick knows about this instant kill machine. How familiar is she with the captain? This is incredibly familiarity, or maybe she snooped around. She seems the type to snoop around. This seems like the universe of a woman that would snoop around and look for things that the captain has, and this is one of them. It's an instant kill device. And we have Spock in this universe, and he's trying to be like, hey, actually, I want you to maybe you should comply, or else I'm going to be forced to kill you, and if I don't kill you, then I'm going to be killed. We have orders from Starfleet. You have to go against, you have to kill these aliens, and there's like a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's a fun It's a fun thing going on. Okay, we have, finally, Scotty has rigged the power to the machine, to the transporter, and we're just waiting on McCoy, right? And then McCoy is mind melded with Spock, and here's a fun detail, right? So I remember earlier in the series, I think it was like last season or something, mind melting is very intimate for Vulcans. So the fact that Spock in this universe will just flat out try to extract information using this intimate mind melting technique is evil. It's incredibly evil. It feels uncomfortable, and he's doing that to McCoy to get some information. And then he goes and takes McCoy to the transporter room. After this chick is like, oh, I'll let me go. I want to come with you. And it's like, no, stop that. We're waiting on a person. I want to come with you. There's an extra spot there. No, there's somebody coming. And then Spock comes and is like, okay, you get out of here. You get in the transporter now. Go, 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 go. I like that in the nice, good world, and we have the bad counterparts in the good world, they were very demanding. They were very much like, I want my ship. It's my ship. My ship. My ship. Very ego-driven. Very prideful. Very grabby. Just wants to grab everything. Everything's mine. The captain. I do like how they were confined to a specific area. And what's funny is that, oh man, James T. Kirk, this bad version, he just hurls a bunch of insults at Spock. He's like, you little half-breed, haha, you're untrusty half-breed, ha, you corrupted with human blood. And then Spock's just like, fascinating, interesting. And then once they have them in the transporter and they switch them up and they have the transporter thing happen and they're all switched up and all nice, hey, they're all good now. I like how Spock was immediately able to tell that something was off and this is not the captain, and this is how he was able to tell. It is easier for civilized men to act like barbarians than it does barbarians to act like civilized men. And I like that. I really like that. It's the end of the episode. I like this one. Whoop! It's a good one! I like it! Woohoo! I enjoyed it. I like this one because the end is pretty neat. I like seeing Spock with a goatee. I like seeing the evil techniques. I like seeing if Star Trek and Star Wars happened, like a Star Wars Empire kind of character or organization or something like that occurred in Star Trek. What would it look like? It would look like this alternate universe. It would be terrifying and I wouldn't want to live in it, but yet it looks like it exists. And also makes me think that if fighting is so allowed, I feel like, what type of organization, authority, power do you have to have in order to have such an advanced civilization going through the stars and still run on fear? I just think that there must be it must be like a dictatorship or something within the bad world, and then within the good world it must be some like globalist socialist organization, because that's the only people who can go to Star Trek. You gotta have like a bunch of people come to an agreement that they want to build stuff. And you know, you have Elon Musk. He's a person. He's a rich man. But you know, he's one person with a rich man. And you can only do so much. You have to have, if you want to have like Star Trek, you gotta have like everybody on board, and like not everybody's on board. And it seems, yes, it's fiction. Yes, 100% fiction. It's an idealized world. It's an interesting thought experiment, and it's a fun experience to live through vicariously through a television screen. Seems interesting. I like this episode a lot. This gives me a little bit of a think. I like it. Spock is cool with the goatee. You gotta let me know. Spock, yay or nay with the goatee? Let me know in the comments below. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8 out of 10. Pew. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Apple. It is directed by Joseph Henvey, written by Max Ehrlich. I hope I pronounced that right. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise, and they're orbiting this planet. It's a beautiful planet. There's a surface temperature of like 75 degrees. It's like perfect human conditions. Perfect, beautiful. What's interesting is that this planet, it's fun to see that the USS Enterprise is kind of stuck there, because there's some sort of like force field or something happening where they can't leave, and so they're trying to figure out how to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, we have like a landing party down there, and we have this landing party and they meet some guys, and one of the guys has like weird antennas coming through like the bottom, like at the top of his neck. He's like, I am the eyes of Vol. That's their god. That's their god's name. And they all worship Vol, and they're just here to have a good time. What's interesting about the civilization is that they have no concept of what a child is, because they've been living for thousands and thousands of years serving Vol, and they just get all of their meats met, you know, all their needs met. It's nice and beautiful. However, how does civilization deal with humans who just come in and just like destroy all over the place? It's just like human nature at this point. They come in, they're like, oh, this is interesting, this is weird, fascinating. Please do go on, talk about more about this Vol guy. And Kirk's trying to talk to Vol. He's like, can I talk to Vol? He's like, and these guys be like, no, only I talk to Vol, says the guy with the Vol antennas on his neck. It's weird. This civilization is weird. It's fun. Also, I wish it was 75 degrees here. It's more like 40 here. Oh, I'm so cold. I wish it was on that planet right now. But, you know, it's all right. I like looking at this paradise in the media that I watch. So we have a landing party, including Chekhov. Chekhov brung his girlfriend, and they're all like trying to be all lovey-dovey together. And Kirk's like trying to break it up, like, we're not here to have a picnic over here. We're here to do a job, and we're here to do a job, and we're trying to beam up to the Enterprise. There's some interference. They're like not able to, they're able to just sit there and have to do nothing because they're being interfered with. They can't communicate. Just nothing really works. Also on the Enterprise, they're being brought into this planet, which is interesting. They're just being slowly kind of tractor beamed to like the planet. And I'm like, oh boy, I hope they don't crash into the planet. Also, what's interesting is we have Vol, and the Vol is like, hey, I'm Vol. I'm a kind of like a cave-looking thing where like a bunch of these dudes just feed me these explosive rocks of some kind. Like, that's what Vol eats. He looks like a dragon. He looks like he's like a dragon mouth. It's kind of cool, right? I like how Kirk's like, okay, so he needs to be fed. What about if we didn't feed him? We're trying to leave. These people are loyal to Vol. How about I give some orders? Hey, orders. Hey, you prevent him from feeding Vol. What's fun is when Vol is weakened, we get access to the Enterprise again, because Vol is actually the reason he's causing all this interference with the Enterprise and all the communications, a lot of fun jazz. And he's like, all right, so Vol's not fed right now. All these guys, they're just freaking out. Vol needs to be fed. Vol needs to be fed. All that fun jazz. And then strike him, and he gets strucketh. Vol gets struck by the Enterprise, and what's fun is that now Vol is now destroyed and he's dead. And now these people are free. What's interesting, I mentioned Chekhov being all lovey-dovey with his girlfriend. They have a little bit of a kiss, and some of these Vol people actually see this, and then they're like, oh, it's replicated, right? And Vol knows all, so he's like, kill those people, kill those outsiders. I'm like, dude, you're making it so they can't leave. If you made it so they could leave, they would have left already. Dude, this is your fault, Vol. You're the problem. And so the Enterprise, the crew is just doing what they ought to do, which is to save themselves and destroy Vol. And now we have these Vol people given a speech by Kirk, and they're like, hey, actually, you'll be able to have freedom. There's a thing called freedom, right? You can have your own civilization. It's just like humanity, you know? You guys are going to be free. It's all fun and handy-dandy, all fun, nice stuff. Whew! And then, like, on this ship, we have Spock. He's like, isn't that similar to, like, the Garden of Eden situation? It's like the original sin. It's like the first apple was ate. It's like, we just caused the Garden of Eden again, but in this different population. And I thought it was really funny because, wow, there's a lot of great world building within this world. I don't know who the frickety-frick these Vol people were. First introduction, watching through the episode, and now I understand who they are and what their future is, all in like 50 minutes. And I really like that because I get to know them. And I like the world building. It's so nice and pretty and warm, unlike where I'm at right now. This is not warm at all. I'm actually really cold. And so this is all fun. I like the look of Vol. I wish I had a thing that looked like Vol. That's cool. There was like a force field around Vol. You couldn't like directly shoot at it. You can only wait until he doesn't eat and then, you know, get him. This is a fun episode. I like that humanity is spreading their sin. They're spreading their sin all around to places without sin. And Vol determines what is sin, so Vol wanted them to kill them. These guys, these new people. But wouldn't that also be sin? Vol is a bad god. He shouldn't be telling people to murder people. Because, oh no, the customs and traditions are broken. Oh no! So overall, this is a fun episode. I've pretty much already summed up what it is. It's just an Adam and Eve happening to another species, and the Enterprise is facilitating this. Human customs, sinful. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 8.1 out of 10. Boop. Boop. Beat me up. I'm Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Doomsday Machine. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Norman Spinrad, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise, and they just have encountered a bunch of debris and like rocks and all that fun jazz. And you know, they're just having a little bit of a cruise when they encounter the USS Constellation. We have another starship like the USS Enterprise, and this guy is on board. Specifically, there's a Commodore on board, and he's the only one on board. So we have Kirk, and we have Scotty, and like a few other people. They all go and beam down to the USS Constellation. They transport her down, whatever, beam down. What is the actual action of the process of being beamed down? We got the transporter is, the transporter, that's the machine, but is it called beaming down or is it like transporting down? Let me know in the comments, chat. Commodore Matt Decker is just alone, and he seems to be grieving. He's in a state of shock when we have Kirk and the rest of the landing party. They encounter him. And they're like, what happened here? Where's your crew? And it's like, oh, there is this planet destroyer thing. You might have encountered it along the way, but there's this planet destroying thing. It goes to planets, just eats it up. Kirk's like, there was a solar system here. What happened? The planet, the Doomsday Machine, technically. That's the episode title. Is the planet destroyer. He just goes through planets and eats them up. Then there leaves a bunch of debris. It just eats planets. That's pretty intense. It's very tragic how the Commodore lost his crew. He's like, oh, I encountered this planet-eating device. And also, they keep on firing upon our ship. And it's just going to get us. And it's just going to eat us. It's going to leave some damages. And it has damaged the Constellation. The USS Constellation. And his thought was, okay, I'm going to beam down my crew to a planet. because the ship's about to explode. It's all broken. It's all in disrepair. And then the planet destroyer eats the planet that his crew's on. Oh, and he just leaves them to just be there alone. I'm like, this is... I don't know if you knew what you were dealing with at the time, but I really don't think you should have beamed your crewmen down to that planet, because they're now gone. And we have Kirk here. He's like, okay, McCoy and Decker, that's the Commodore's name. His name is Matt Decker. Go up there. Go up to the USS Enterprise, and we'll just have Scotty and I, we'll be down here trying to have it in tow. You know, we have to. We have to respond to a sister ship that's in need, you know? It's nice. I like that. And so they're in space and they're having a little bit of a space tow. And what's interesting is that the USS Constellation has its engines damaged. It can't really do any impulse power at all whatsoever. Well, it kind of can, but it's really damaged, and we have to have Scotty kind of do a bunch of engineering wizardry to even attempt to get this ship moving. So, you know, it's just here. Spock was left in command, and his instructions were to stay away from the planet as far as possible. Warn the Federation. But now we have the Commodores on ship. He assumes leadership, and he's like, all right, guys, you're going to fire upon that thing. You're going to go fire. We're going to fire it. And I find it interesting because everyone on the bridge seems hesitant. They seem a little bit hesitant. But they still go with it because, you know, it would be mutiny if they didn't. Is that the word, mutiny? So anyway, we have Spock here. He's like, let me assure you of my captain's instructions. And Commodore's like, don't you know, regulation, Enterprise regulation? I could take over this ship at any time that I want. Oh goodness. Spock's like, fine. All right, you got the ship. Go ahead, start shooting at it, right? And it gets to the point where he's like shooting at it, pew 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 pew. And it also gets to the point where Kirk is able to take the viewfinders and view what's happening in front of him. And he sees the Enterprise is just firing upon this device. And I'm like, that's not what orders Kirk gave. Immediately, Kirk is questioning. I'm also like questioning. But part of me is like, oh man, I hope Kirk understands that this is not Spock's doing. This is the Commodore. And you know, there's some communication issues going on, such as the communications are down, and so it's hard for Kirk to get a hold of the USS Enterprise, and they just keep on firing, phew, 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 phew. And then there's a point where they just start getting tractor beamed, and the Commodore is there, and he's like, we gotta fire at him. And Spock's like, hey, you have to relinquish command if you're not of mind, and leading us to a suicide mission is not of mind, so you're gonna have to relinquish control. And it takes a couple of attempts for him to relinquish control, because at this point we have the communication is now put back together, and I like the journey that the Commodore goes through. Kirk's like, this is my ship. You are not to command my ship into a suicide mission. This is an order because it is my ship. Spock, I am ordering you to make sure he doesn't lead and take him to the sickbay. Finally, he relinquishes control. They're able to pull out of the tractor beam, which is nice, with another distraction, which is cool. And then we have the Commodore goes to the sick bay, and then he's like, oh, I'm sick, blah, 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 blah. And then he starts beating up some security guards. He goes to the shuttle deck, what is it called? Shuttle dock? And he takes one of those ships. I'm trying to think of what the name of it is. A shuttlecraft? A shuttle pod? I don't know, man. It's just one of those extra ships within the Enterprise. And he goes into one of them, flies off. Obviously the bridge is notified. They're like, who's opening the door? It's like, nobody I know of, sir. And there's just the Commodore there. He's like, all right, it's time for me to go straight in the middle of the planet machine, the planet destroyer machine, the doomsday machine, as it were be called. And he's just like dealing with survivor's guilt. He's like, man, I feel so bad. I should have died with my crew. Now I'm alive and everybody else is dead. We have the Commodore. He's just polling in Independence Day, which came out 30 years after this episode did. So it makes me think maybe Independence Day is doing a reference to this, but I'm not sure. If you're an Independence Day fan / expert and also know this episode of Star Trek, and you know for a fact that these two are like connected, as in Independence Day is referencing this Star Trek episode, let me know in the comments below. It's probably not connected, but you know, this reminded me of Independence Day, where he just goes in the center, he's like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna sacrifice myself, and it, you know, it doesn't do anything. His sacrifice means nothing, which is sad. And Kirk's also sad, because he's like, his sacrifice meant nothing. Actually, maybe it doesn't mean nothing. Alright, everybody, anyone who's left on the ship, go beam up. Scott, you're gonna stay here. Scotty, you're gonna stay here. We're gonna figure out this engine situation. Alright, oh, you mean to tell me that you got the impulse engines to work? Okay, cool. Keep doing it. Keep doing it good. Oh my goodness, we're getting some speed. Hey, that's nice. And Kirk's like, okay, I got a big brain idea. I saw what the Commodore did. Maybe something that he's doing isn't completely, totally wasted. He gave me an idea. What if I did it with a bigger ship? And so he's manning the Constellation, and at some point, it's a fun tension building, because we beam up Scotty to the USS Enterprise, but there's like a transporter issue. It's like, okay, oh no, this is bad. And on top of that, Kirk has to get close enough to the thing where it will start the tension thing, the tension grabbing thing, you know, of the planet destroyer. Like, what is it called? Oh man, I'm like blanking on it. I'm blanking on the term. Tractor beam. He has to have like a sort of tractor beam going on. And then what's fun is Kirk's getting really awfully close, too close for comfort, and everybody on the Enterprise is like, come on, dude, beam up. But the transporter is being fixed on, and it just breaks after Scotty comes up, and meanwhile, we have like a device rigged to explode after Kirk hits a button, and then hits the button. He's like, all right, beam me up. Oh, sorry, the transporter broke. You're gonna have to wait. And then Scotty is just here trying to fix this transporter. It's like, okay, I gotta fix it. And it like gets really close. It gets like 3 seconds. It's like, all right, beam him up. Beam up the captain. Let's go. And then, like right before it shows that the captain was beamed up upon the ship, it shows the ship going into the planet, the doomsday machine, the planet destroyer. It goes into it, it just disables it. It explodes from the inside, and then it's just disabled. It's done, it's dead. And Kirk is okay. I really like that. I like that Kirk is okay. The Commodore had a great idea and was able to save this planet destroyer from going all across the galaxy and all across the universe and going around and destroying a bunch of planets. So I really like that. And Kirk is like so kind, as he's gonna be like, I'm gonna write him a really nice active duty thing. He died in duty and he did his duty good. And that's what it is. Overall, I like this episode because it shows the chain of command. What happens when a person who is in higher authority than Kirk takes over the USS Enterprise because, freaking mosquitoes, because of their ship is completely wrecked and they have no crew. And so I like seeing what type of person and commander Matt Decker is. And he seems to be the type of person to be like, okay, I'm gonna make these decisions that are, for the best of the world, but I'm going to face directly, like, I'm going to start beaming at the side of the doomsday machine that is impenetrable. I'm going to keep beaming at that. I'm like, why? You know it's impenetrable. Why are you doing this? The Commodore. So I like seeing the temperament of the Commodore, and I like seeing how Kirk handles it. Whenever Kirk can, he has authority, but he prefers to be nice and respectful towards the staff. But whenever it is needed, he will be like, this is my ship, this is my authority, you listen to me, you better be listening to me, you know? And I like that. He has like a strong hand over his ship, because it's his ship, and she's a beauty. I wonder why they call ships females, just like calling a car a female. It's called the Enterprise, not the what's the masculine name? The Mason Prize. That starts with an M, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, this is a fun episode. I like seeing the characters come out and the chain of command come out, and also dealing with the planet destroyer thing. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 8.2 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Cat's Paw. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by Robert Bloch, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they can't reach the landing party. They're hovering all above a planet, and this planet has no life forms whatsoever, so we gotta have Kirk and Spock and Scotty and McCoy, those four, they all go down and they encounter life forms. Some weird ghastly witch life forms, but there was no life forms at all. What's up? What's going on here? And so they're exploring the planet, they're trying to figure out what's the heck's happening, where did their landing party go? And then there's this random castle mansion kind of dealio, and so they naturally go towards it. And I'm like, okay, this is weird and strange. This kind of feels like a mirage to me. But they encounter the castle, they go into the castle, and then they fall through a hole, and in the hole they go into, just in the hole. There's a hole there. And then there's this cat with like a cute little teardrop on the cat. I'm like, what is this cat doing here? What's up with this cat? And then they're in the dungeon, and then they get taken from the dungeon to meet this guy and this cat, and this cat turns out to be a pretty little lady. She can transform into a pretty little lady. Why is she now a lady? Like, is she some sort of changeling or something? I'm not exactly sure what's happening here. I'm confused. Everyone else here is confused. But we're trying to find the landing party, and that's not hard because actually they're being mind controlled and they're being used. And they got the phasers against them. Pew, 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 pew. Get him, get him, get him. And I'm like, okay, how are these fellas going to get out of these guys' spell? We got a guy who's looking all luxurious and he's got some nice clothing, and then we got the chick and she can change into any type of lingerie that she wants. All the beautiful silky lingerie that's kind of sheer and it's nice and it looks cool and I like her. But we got a problem. We're trying to get up back to this Enterprise, but there's a force field around the Enterprise. Quite literally. We're using voodoo dolls. We're using voodoo dolls to make sure the Enterprise stays in place. And he's like, oh, look, I'm covering the Enterprise. Ooh. And then I like seeing that the Enterprise is dealing with the fact that there's like a random force field that's sprung out of nowhere, and they're trying to deal with it. It's such a little weird. And I'm like, oh boy. This episode is weird and spooky. I know it's the Halloween episode 1, and I like it because it's spooky and it's proper. It's good for the holiday. But as somebody who watched this not near Halloween, I was like, it was just a little bit creepy. Ooh. This one has some horror elements to it for sure. The chick turns into a human form in order to be like, hey, Kirk, you want to experience some pleasure? I want to experience some pleasure. It's time for pleasure time. And I'm like, Kirk, you shouldn't, like, you know, be under her spell. I know you're doing a bit. You're like trying to get some information out of her. She's telling you about who she is and who the guy is with her. And they're creatures from alien. They're an alien race, and they've come around from random places in space, and now they're here, and now they just want to feel pleasure, and they're here to feel all the pleasure. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's nice. But then she gets upset because Kirk did not do a good enough job hiding his intentions, and now she's really angry at him. Kirk's like, oh, no, I'm not trying to trick you at all, no. And she's like, no, get out of here, leave. You're not even supposed to be here, get out of here. She gets so upset that she releases the Enterprise. And the Enterprise is able to leave now, freely. But then the castle is breaking, it goes shaky to shake. As a result of this, she goes freak out, and the castle goes shake, and then the castle goes and then it collapsed. Oh, everything has been an illusion the entire time. We have these two weird creatures. The tiniest, most weirdest creatures. It looks like they were created from PCP pipe and googly eyes. It's so weird. I don't know what these creatures are. As soon as I saw it, I was like, what am I looking at? Of course this is from Star Trek. This is so weird. But of course these creatures could change their shape, change anything. If it's an illusion, it's an illusion. It was all an illusion. And that's pretty much the end of the episode. They encounter an illusion. They're trying to find the landing party who is under their control. And they have the mass illusion powers that it is that they have. And I like this episode because it's spooky, but it's not my favorite Star Trek episode out of the other ones. There are other ones that I'm like, I would like to watch that one more than once. This one, I'm like, I'm fine with this one. I don't have to watch this another time. I mean, you got the cat's paw. I like her jewelry and I like her lingerie, but like, and the weird alien body at the end. But it's weird. This is a weird episode, and it's actually kind of makes me uncomfortable. What do you think of this episode? This episode gives me the chills, just like right now. It's really cold outside. Oh boy, I'm in a chilly planet. Ooh, I better get them Enterprise to beam me up soon. Well, I gotta get this episode. I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't watch it again. I think I'd give it like a solid 7.1 out of 10. Boop, beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, I Mud. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Stephen Candle, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and it's a pretty abrupt opening. We're seeing McCoy talking to Scotty about a guy who's new, and it's interesting because it's like, what is this guy? What's up? He seems a little bit cold, and Scotty's like, whatever, as long as he does the job. This guy turns out to be an android who hijacks the ship, puts like a booby trap in the engineering room or whatever, some sort of booby trap that would allow it so if anyone tried to change the direction that they would go, they'd have to explode. So we're dealing with that situation immediately. I'm like, oh boy, where's this android going to take these guys? I love these guys, man. These are dear to my heart guys, and screw this android because he's just taking over my beloved ship. I love the USS Enterprise. Love everybody on board. Okay, so we have this android that takes them to this planet, and on this planet they go beam down, go beam, and then you know what happens when they go beam? They beam down to this planet. We got Kirk, Chekhov, Uhura. Man, I read in a YouTube comment how to pronounce her frickin' name. Uhura, please tell me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I suck at pronunciations. Well, anyway, so we have, and other people are on board on this landing party. And guess who's there? It's Harry Mudd. Oh my goodness, it's him for this first season, but he's here. I thought he was in prison. Well, he escaped and he stole a ship and then he landed on this planet, crash landed on this planet, and there's a bunch of androids that adhere to his every whim. So immediately I'm like, I want androids added here to my every whim. Could I get a landscaping android in here, please? Could I get a cook? Could I get somebody to clean? I'll do the movie reviews, I'll do the drawing, and I'll do all the fansy stuff. But everybody else I need androids to do literally everything else that I don't want to do. So this is beautiful. This sounds like paradise. Let me know in the comments what you would want your personal android to do for you. If you had 200,000 of them, like Harry Mudd has access to, it's, imagine what you could do with that many androids. You could build a fortress, you know, and all these androids just do whatever he says. And he has this one particular android made custom for him. Her name is Stella, it's his ex-wife. He keeps it in like this glass case, and he's like, goes up to her and he's like talking to it, and she's like, berating him like, you're inconceivable, you're unable to conceive. No, actually, she doesn't say any of that. I forget what she says exactly, but it's berating, and it really tears down Harry Mudd, and it makes me wonder why he even married her in the first place. But you know, he's like, shut up, and then she stops. And isn't that just the fantasy of every man? Tell a woman to shut up and she does. Harry Mudd is getting all of his fantasies fulfilled. Like, good for you, Harry Mudd. What's the catch though? Why are you bringing Kirk here? Well, I'm here to steal your ship, and you are going to stay here and have all the androids cater to your needs. I'm like, why would you want their ship? Dude, you have every need catered to your... I'm feeling bored. Yeah, of course you're feeling bored. You're not satisfied by anything, Harry Mudd. You just keep on taking and taking and taking, and nothing is good enough for you. This is an issue. Kirk's like, I'm not letting him take my ship. And we got other crew member be like, oh, actually, we like the idea of being here, actually. Uhura is like, I want to be forever immortal. I'm like, that's not a good idea, Uhura. Have you thought about what immortality is like? Have you thought about existing forever and then your life has no meaning because you're not going to die? And death is at the end of life sentence? You know, it's the whole thing. It's all poetry. Is the only thing that gives life meaning is the fact that you will die, and therefore you only had a limited amount of time to do stuff before you are gone forever. Uhura, what could you possibly want? Oh, I want to remain young forever. There are creams out there. There are creams now in 2024. Imagine in like 300 years, 400 years, or whatever freaking century you're in, there are probably anti-aging creams out there. Just slap them on your face. Uhura, just go like, that's how you apply the creams, then boom, we're good. You don't have to worry about immortality. That's just pointless. Don't think about immortality. It's a false, it's a ruse. You won't like it. Everyone gets bored. Boredom, the only thing you do when you're immortal is be bored. That's the only thing that's guaranteed when you're immortal is boredom. So anyway, we also have Chekhov is like, I want women to do whatever I want. That's a little bit more reasonable. Kirk's like, no, you guys better not think about staying here. We got a plan. We got a big old plan. And here's the plan. So Spock concludes, Spock's here, didn't mention that, but Spock concludes that we have all these androids here, and they're all numbered. And they all, whenever they're dealing with some weird illogical thought or thing that they observe, their little thing lights up on their chest with the number, and they keep responding to a guy named Nomad. And so Spock's like, this is that Nomad guy. He's the guy who controls the central hub of all these androids, because if everyone had an individuality, that would be a wasted resources. And now we have this landing party. They're like, okay, let's go talk to this guy. And it's interesting. I love it. So, you know, I've seen this GIF a lot now, where we have them go like, they go like that. I can't do it. I'm not that dexterous. So anyway, that GIF is from this episode because they're trying to confuse this android. So what's interesting is they're saying contradictory sentences like, I hate you, and then like giving a hug to the person, or like, just contradictory sentences. I can't think of them off the top of my head at the moment, but you know the ones. They're pretty fun. And this entire scene I enjoyed because it's like, this is so weird. Imagine watching this out of context. And I have seen that GIF out of context, so I thought it was weird. I was like, what context could this possibly be in? That one. It's in this episode. So they've confused the nomad short circuits. All the androids go short circuit, and Harry Mudd has not left yet. But what's amazing is that they can create androids. And so what they do is they clone the Stella android and make her like 500 times. But they remove the command for her to shut up. So now Harry Mudd is stuck in this android world full of his ex-wife, 500 of his ex-wives nagging at him. That's how the episode ends. I really like the ending of this episode. I like this episode a lot. There's just such a weird scene trying to confuse the androids, but it makes sense, and I like it. I like it a lot. I think this is a good episode. I like the acting, I like the memeability, I like the GIF moments that could be taken out of context and then used and then be like, what is happening in here? Why are these guys go like, phew, we're gonna go dance. Hey, stand still. And then they just keep on dancing, right? How about you demonstrate standing still? And they keep on dancing. And this short circuits the android. I like this episode. I like seeing the weaknesses of the crew members and Kirk having to deal with that, and he's like, no, we have a mission, we're gonna stay here and we're gonna figure out how to get our ship back. And I like that. I like the resolve on Kirk. Overall, I think Kirk's a great leader, and I think he deserves to be the captain of the USS Enterprise. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8.4 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Metamorphosis. It is directed by Ralph Sinesky, written by Gene L. Kuhn, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following a shuttlecraft, USS Enterprise shuttlecraft to be specific, and we got Kirk in there, and we also have an assistant to a commissioner. Her name is Helen, and she's just chilling there, but she's got some rare disease, Sakura's disease. And immediately my first question is, why are you not using the USS Enterprise? Why are you using this shuttlecraft? This could have been explained, but it wasn't in this episode. It was like my first question. I'm like, okay, well, you're in the shuttlecraft. Oh, looks like you can't get back to the USS Enterprise. How convenient that you're not at the USS Enterprise. Wow. Why are they not at the USS Enterprise? If I missed something at the very beginning, please let me know, because this really affected my watching experience. This question just keeps going in my mind. Why are they not using the USS Enterprise? If they need to take her to the facilities on the USS Enterprise, why? And then there's this like weird gaseous thing that like sucks them. They go into this weird gaseous thing that's like a few hours away from the USS Enterprise that transports them to this weird planet. And then there's like this guy there, and this guy is like, oh hi, wow, who are you? How did you get here? That's crazy, I haven't seen you guys in a while. Oh wow, that's crazy, how did you guys get here? I haven't seen you guys ever. How did you, what? This is so weird. Whoa. This guy's name is Chatrin, and there's also this gaseous orb that he talks to a lot, and it's interesting. It's called the Companion. It's yellow. I've never seen anything like it. It kind of looks like the weird gaseous thing that put the Enterprise shuttlecraft into this weird location. I don't know, it looks cool. I like the paintings around them. The shuttlecraft looks cool. I like the planet that they're on. This guy is a very important dude. He's way out of his time. He was a space warp. He created something very necessary for space travel, and then he was like flying out here. He's like, I'm dying. I go die. And then he encounters this freaking weird blob in space, and then that weird blob in space takes him to this fancy planet, and then he's just now young. He is no longer 80 years old. He's now like 30 years old. He's been 30 for like 150 plus years. I don't remember the exact number, but you know, he's old. He's really old. And also this, I call it the companion. That's what he calls it. This companion, this weird gaseous yellow weird thing. This thing here is like, oh yeah, you need some sort of companion. I brought these guys here. But this thing speaks in electrical impulses. It's weird. This is a weird episode because on the one hand, you got a guy who's like really important and doing science stuff, and I'm like, hey, I like that. I like the world building aspect. But then we got this chick over here, and she's dying of this rare disease, and she needs to be attended to, or else she's going to die. So here's the stakes. She's going to die, and the companion wants them to just sit there and just chill. And it turns out that this companion is in love with Chakran. I don't remember his name. Whatever, he's important. He's a very important fellow. This lady is dying as she goes outside, and the companion is in love with her. And Chakran's like, I don't want to be in love with the weird gaseous orb. So she's like, well, what about this body? And she takes over the body of the chick that was sick, and then they're now in love. Chakran's like, oh, amazing. Wow, I can be in love with you, actually. This is so cool. And then they just sit there, they just stay there. And it's hard to get communication with the Enterprise. They're so far away. They're incredibly far away. Like 4 hours at least. And they get closer and closer. They're trying to find them. They eventually find each other. It's all fun and jazz and all that fun stuff. This episode, honestly, you could probably tell that I'm not a huge fan of this episode based on how I'm describing it with so much flippancy. Like, this is all right, I guess. Literally, why aren't they using the Enterprise? If the Enterprise is such good stuff, why aren't you using it? Like, why is the captain away from his ship? Why is it the captain himself personally? Maybe establish, like, the Federation gave you some orders to get this chick from another planet. She's in like some sort of peace mission. Get this chick, she's dying. The USS Enterprise is on another planet for some repairs. Boom, fixed everything. Nope, that was not explained, or at least I didn't catch that explanation. I don't want to be too what is it? What's that freaking term? Stern? It's not stern. Too concrete. That's what I'm trying to think. I'm not trying to be too concrete about whether they explained why they don't use the USS Enterprise and they instead use the shuttlecraft. I could have missed something, but based on my memory of it, and based on me remembering that I didn't hear that line, I will say this review, it's whatever. I mean, this episode it's whatever. I like it. It's pretty. I like seeing a guy who's really necessary for the world to even exist. I like seeing that guy. The guy's out of time. I find the whole phenomenon pretty freaky that he's just stuck on this like planet, and he's de-aged, and he's like 150 or 200 years old. However he is, he's really old. It's just interesting. Just use USS Enterprise. Just use the USS Enterprise. Why aren't you using it? If you had the USS Enterprise, then the entire plot of this episode could not exist, because this entire plot is dependent on them not being on the USS Enterprise. And as far as I remember, it's not explained, but please, 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 please let me know in the comments below if I'm wrong. They do explain it in like a line or two that I probably missed, but I was probably staring at that chick's cool dress. She has a pretty cool dress. It's like green and blue. It's pretty rad. Overall, this episode it's so whatever. I do like that we have two people are now united. Now we got a husband and wife situation instead of a guy in a cloud situation. It's weird. This episode is definitely one of the weirder ones. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's bad, just the thing I keep saying, like, why aren't you using the USS Enterprise, dude? But whatever, it's alright. I like this episode. I don't think I could watch it again because the question of why aren't you using the USS Enterprise just is stuck in my head. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7 9.3 out of 10. Pew. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Journey to Babel. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by DC Fontana. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they have a lot of ambassadors. They're all going to this conference, and they're doing a little conference thing, and they're all at the Enterprise, and they're doing a little convene. But what's interesting is that there's a bunch of murders. There's a murder of an ambassador, and then another murder of an ambassador. There's something weird and fishy happening, and I'm like, what's happening here? This is the first episode where we meet Spock's dad, and oh boy, does he look like Spock. We also meet Spock's mother, and Spock's mother is a human. It's a human. I was looking at a hawk flying over me. You ever look at birds that fly above you and you're like, oh, please don't open your cloaca on me. Please don't do that. That's like my greatest fear whenever birds are flying up ahead. But that's not pertaining to Star Trek. What is pertaining to Star Trek is we have Spock's dad is here, and he has like this rare disease, and only Spock can be used really goodly to use his blood. He can only use Spock, and Spock's like, all right, I gotta give you my blood. And also what's interesting is Kirk comes out of commission as a captain because someone stabs him and he has to sit in sick bay, and so Spock has to be the guy who does the leading. But Spock is like, but I have to do my duties as an officer to the Starfleet. You know, I have to tend to the starship. I can't be concerned at all with my father's life. And we have McCoy's like, but, and also his mother. They're like, but dude, he's your father. You have to help him. You have to save him. And Spock's like, that is not the logical thing to do. If we have a captain here, he's out of commission. I am the one who must be next in charge, and I must not at any point give up my position based on what is happening. We have some murders, some attempted murders on ship. I have to be remaining in command. I like how Kirk goes around this, though. Kirk's like, well, I'm still like bleeding and injuring, but I'm gonna go on the bridge and I'm going to take over command again. Hey Spock, go to sickbay right now. Go there right now. Do it right now. And it takes him a little bit of hesitancy, but he does go there, and then they start the blood transfusion surgery. And what's interesting is that there's also this ship. It sounds like that. Actually, in space, no one can hear you scream, so will this spaceship have any space sounds in space? I don't know. Anyway, so we had a little bit of a ship that's like just out of range enough for the Enterprise not to be able to defend themselves against it, but it's like there, and it's shooting stuff at the Enterprise. And we have Spock is in the middle of a blood thing, giving blood to his father. Well, it just keeps on. The ship just goes. And I'm like, oh, that'd be hard as a surgeon. McCoy, I believe in you, but please don't accidentally rip Spock's insides, please, or Spock's dad's insides, please and thank you. I like Spock, actually. I like you and Spock an equal amount, actually. But, you know, if Spock died, I'd be sad. Please don't let Spock die, McCoy. Oh, it happens again. It keeps happening. It's fun. So we're trying to find who the friggity frick is causing the ship to go tail on the Enterprise. We found it's a guy who had a fake antenna. He had like some sort of transmission thing in his antennae, and it stopped the ship go because it was real close to the shields being out. It was real close, but not quite enough. I was like, why do you want to destroy the ship with all these peace ambassadors? Oh, because of politics. I get it. Political move. you see all these people here, they're all ambassadors, they're all very important people, they're all here to talk space treaties and all that fun jazz, and then we got some folks who like, I don't like that at all. I don't like these guys talking to the other people. Let's just murder them all. And it seems like that's what this guy's plan was. I do like the red herring in this episode, though. There's like these species of pig-like creatures that are incredibly crass, and they say everything with... I'd say they're like violent words, but words aren't violent inherently. I'd say aggressive. Aggressive words, an aggressive tone, and very insulting in the way that they speak. And then there's like this other species that is kind of more chill and cold, and they're like, yeah, whatever, dude, what are you doing? And it seems like those two species get into fights a lot, and I was like, oh, it must be like this guy, these pig dudes, you know, they must be doing the murders, but they're actually not. They're just here to be transported to a conference. Yeah, let's just transport everybody to a conference. That's pretty cool. Let's do it on the USS Enterprise. Nothing will go wrong. This freaking ship is being followed. I'm glad they destroyed it, though. That would have been a big problem. Do you want to know why they even want to shoot the Enterprise? Well, the Orions, they got a big old hold of this planet that has a bunch of dilithium crystals, and they don't want this particular planet to be part of the Federation, because then they don't have a control over the crystals, and so they want to weaken the USS Enterprise and weaken the Federation, and so they can have their control over the dilithium crystals and be able to still sell them. That's nice. But I'm glad they foiled this plan, because I don't know, would that be a monopoly? I guess whatever the Federation is doing now would also be a monopoly. I don't know. I don't know anything about economics. Anyway, so this episode is fine, handy dandy. It ends in a loving as you can get, exchange between Spock and his father. Spock likes his father. His father is proud of him. And it seems like we're now having a chill time. We're just going to be taking these guys to the conference. We have figured out what's happening here. And it's because there's a ship that is interested in money purposes, actually. Money! It's all about that money, money, money. It'll make the world change. It'll make the world change. I forget what that song is called, but whatever. So anyway, this is a fun episode. I liked how much stuff was happening all at once. It all like melded together. It all came out together. It was like a kind of interweaving vine that at the end all came apart and was easily being able to tell what's happening in this episode. There's a lot that happened in this episode. I like how Kirk handled it. I like seeing Kirk handle being almost attempted murdered. That was cool. Oh yeah, and the episode ends, we have Kirk and Spock are both in bed. And because Kirk gave command to somebody else, they're now both in sick bay, and Bones is like, shut up! Now I know what it's like to have the last word. And I'm like, nice! Good one, Bones. I'm proud of you. So, I gotta give this episode's like a solid 8. It's like an 8.2 out of 10. Boop! Beam me up! I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the Original Series Friday's Child. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by D.C. Fontana. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise as they go to this planet in order to negotiate a mining contract. They're dealing with some dudes who are, although incredibly violent, they're also incredibly honest. So we got two nice qualities. So that's what we're dealing with. And, you know, it'd be all nice, handy, dandy fun. And except for when they arrive there, there's a Klingon. And the Klingon's trying to whisper words into the ears of him and be like, you shouldn't trust these guys. You shouldn't trust these guys. Give the mining contract to me. You shouldn't trust these guys. So that's what pretty much the basis of the episode is. We got the USS Enterprise. They're trying to prove their trust They're trying to prove that they can be trusted indeed to these guys with the mining contract. We got this Klingons like, haha, doesn't this just suck? Ha 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 ha. Oh, they guys suck. Don't they suck? Haha. Also, what's interesting is that we got like the leader dies, and so then there's like a guy underneath that guy's position. But the leader had a wife with a child, and so he's like, kill that woman with the child and kill her. They run her off, they go scurry, and she goes scurry. They're trying to kill that woman's child, all because of politics. Whew, yikes! Because if it were up to that child would be in charge because he technically has the bloodline to the throne. So what's interesting is now we have Kirk and Spock here. They're like, well, I don't know what to do, dude. I mean, they're just like here. They're trying to kill this woman's child and also this woman. And now they're trying to murder us because of these freaking Klingons. This Klingon over here is like giving them bad news, bad information. And in order to like have some sort of attack position on them, we gotta go straight into the wilderness, some rocky formations. And here's something that I really like about this episode. I like them creating bow and arrows. I found this to be really fun because first, this civilization has no bow and arrows whatsoever, so this is like the first introduction to bow and arrows in the entire world, into this entire world. And secondly, they got this chick, right, and she doesn't want to be touched. She doesn't want to be touched. And we have the USS Enterprise landing team. They're here. McCoy's here. Nobody is allowed to touch her, but McCoy, at some point, is able to convince her to let him touch her because he's a doctor and I'm here to understand the health of that baby. Dang it, let me freaking And here's something incredibly based. I love this. I love this scene. So she's just there, she's sitting on the floor, she's all pregnant and she's injured, and McCoy's like, let me check up on you, let me see what's up with you. And she's like a little bit hesitant at first, but McCoy does the checkup on her. And then McCoy is about like to touch the baby. He like touches the baby and she slaps him. Touches the baby, she slaps him. He touches the baby a third time, she slaps him again, and then he just like slaps her. And I'm like, whoa! Wow! McCoy just slapped a woman. Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh, I love it. Oh. And I thought it was incredibly based. So she's like, fine, I get it, fine. She's probably never been slapped before. It was probably an exhilarating experience that caught her off guard and therefore caused her to trust McCoy more. And so she's able to, have him check up on the baby, but she's like about to deliver birth, so they had to find a cave for her, and McCoy is there to help her with the delivery. And meanwhile, we have good old pal Spock and Kirk, and they're making bow and arrows, and they got the bow and arrows. And then what's fun about the bow and arrows is that they can shoot long distances, and they're trying to protect like this entrance to the cave, and these freaking mosquitoes are everywhere, and they're like marching, they're trying to find her through this like wilderness, through this landscape, and then she just freaking runs out of nowhere, not pregnant. Where'd the baby go? And she's like tumbles and falls, and it's like, okay, cool, how are we gonna deal with the fact that she's here? But where's her baby? The thing that you wanted her killed for is now gone. It's no longer. Where did the baby go? And also I like seeing them use the bow and arrow. And I like went into a guy's leg. Like, yeah, screw that guy. They shouldn't have been messing with the USS Enterprise. Screw him. It actually turned out that guy was a Klingon, and that guy turns out to die. Yes! Yes! And now, this guy who's trying to kill that lady's baby is like, oh, well, actually, we're honest people. We can respond to reason. We're violent because we love it, but We're honest people. We get it. We understand logic and things like that. All right, well, it seems like you guys aren't violent after all. Hey, look, it's a nice little baby. We're not trying to kill the baby after all. We're trying to have her keep the baby because we're trying to raise an heir. Like, it was only the Klingon that knew that baby is not mine. Well, I guess, and also everybody else in the court, but whatever. She has her baby. And that guy has rule over his land, and that's all nice and handy dandy, and now they also have the mining contract. So honestly, this episode, I liked this episode. There are certain things that I like about it more than others. The beginning was like whatever for me, but when it came to McCoy slapping that chick, it like made me really smile, and honestly, it raised the scale like 0.5. Honestly, it raised my rating of this 0.5 points because of that slap. And then how it ends, and she has a nice baby, and then they're on their way. I'm like, this is nice. And also the innovation, using the bow and arrows, having them make the bow and arrows. I thought that was really fun. I overall enjoyed this episode. I want to see McCoy slapping more women, please. Please, please. I need more men slapping women in media, because all this violence against men by women is no good. Just because a woman can slap a guy should mean that a guy can also slap a woman. You can't be hypocritical. You can't be like, oh, a guy can't slap a woman, and then also be like, oh, but a woman can't slap a man. It's either okay or if it's not okay. It's either all okay or if it's none of it is okay, okay? So otherwise, I like this episode a lot, so I gotta give this episode... Originally, I was going to give it like a solid 7.2, but because of that slap, I gotta give it a solid 7.7. Boop! Beam me up! I'm inside and I saw Star Trek The Deadly Years. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by David P. Harmon, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They have a landing party going down to this place and there's nobody there. They're looking around. Chekhov finds a person dead and he's like, ah! He finds a person dead in like one of the buildings and then they all come and investigate. It's like, what's happening here? I thought everybody was like underneath their 20s. What's going on? And then an old couple comes along and they're like, hello. Hello, guys. They look old. How old are you guys? Well, 27 and 26 years old. And I'm like, oh, something is happening here. There must be some sort of virus that's causing these people to get really old. They take these two up to the sick bay, and everybody else in the landing party also goes back to the Enterprise and does their usual thing. These two guys, these two people, are just now dead after a couple days in the sick bay. And it's like, what happened here? What's going on? Kirk is like, we have to stay here until we figure out what's going on. And then the crew starts showing signs of aging, specifically the crew that went down to the surface, like McCoy, Kirk. Chekhov's not showing any signs at all. Spock is showing signs. A couple other people are showing signs. But what is up with Chekhov that he is not showing any sort of signs of aging whatsoever? And McCoy is on the case. He's like, I gotta figure this out. And I'm like, you go, guy. It seems like you have figured out the rate of aging, which is 30 years per day, which is terrible. Also, there's these chicks, right? These chicks that were down there. They come in, they're like, I'm old. I'm like, that sounds terrifying. Please, I don't ever want to have this sort of... If I got this sort of disease or virus or whatever that caused me to age 30 years in a day, I'd be dead in like 2 days, pretty much. Oh boy. So of course Kirk's here. He's like, I am not leaving. And he is clearly getting older. He's getting so much older. Also, there's a Commodore that's on a time schedule where he's like, I gotta go to this particular base, man. He's just kind of just chilling there. He has no battle-ready experience, really. And so Kirk is insisting on staying in command when his mental faculties are becoming diminished. Like, he's repeating orders. He's saying things over and over again. He's like, why is everyone questioning me? And I like that part because it's like, no one's questioning you, dude. You're just angry that you're getting old. And he really insists on staying in the captain's chair. The Commodore is going behind the captain's back to Spock and is like, hey, could you like take over? And Spock's like, no, dude, I have the same affliction. And it just so happens that Vulcan lives for like hundreds and hundreds of years, but I still have the same affliction. The same thing would still happen. You should take over. And so the Commodore does take over. But I like how the captain's just, I want to keep my ship. It's my ship. I'm the captain. I'm the captain. It transitions from worry about his ship more so to him having ultimate power. And I'm like, is this like an old people thing? The older you get, the more ultimate power you want and less concern about everyone else around you? Is that what happens when you age? Like, Kirk, I learned in this episode, he is 34 years old. But the computer identifies him as like a 60 to 70-year-old. And there's like a whole trial on whether Kirk is good enough to even stay in command. And also we're passing through the neutral zone between the Klingons and the Federation. Uh-oh, we're no longer in the neutral zone. There's a bunch of Klingons, and the Commodore is like, what do I do? 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 And he's like freaking out. He's like, I don't know what to do. I'm frozen, dude. Oh, wow. This is a tense situation to get old in, Kirk. Why did you have to do that? But more seriously, though, I do like how McCoy's like, well, I gotta find some sort of cure. What is causing these aging effects? Oh, you mean it was the comet that was like passing through this particular planet? The Commodore is like, well, we gotta leave it then. So they leave and then they go into Klingon territory or whatever. But during this, we also have McCoy's creating a cure based on adrenaline, because Chekhov had adrenaline pumping through his body and nobody else did. He got scared. He was like, ah, you know? And I like it because it goes to show that adrenaline's cool. I like adrenaline. But more importantly, though, adrenaline is the only thing making these people not old. Then get them scared, scare them up, scare them straight, do all the scaring, give them the cure. Scare them, there's a risk with the cure, anyone could die. It can either kill you or make you young. And Kirk's like, I'll do it, I'll start, okay. Oh, now I'm young, okay, I'm going to take over the ship. And then once he takes over the ship and he's young, what's beautiful about this is that he has great, and I mean great, battle plan strategy. The Commodore was like, we gotta send a distress signal. Hey, use code 2. Uhura's like, oh, they broke code 2. He's like, then use code 3. Kirk, his strat is like, use code 2. And then Uhura's like, it's already broken. He's like, use code 2. And then the message that he sends is like, we have Corbomite. I like that reference to the Corbomite maneuver episode. I remember that. He used the exact same thing. He used the exact same principle in this fight against the Klingons. And back then, you know, I like it. So he's like, oh yeah, by the way, if we have the self-destruct button set to like a minute, and we have Corbomite, which will wipe out a whole quadrant of the space, and then the Klingons hear this and they scatter, and the Enterprise uses this as an opportunity to go warp 8, go very vroom, and warp 8's not very good on the ship, so they have to go vroom and then rest somewhere. And they're going vroom in the direction of where the Commodore has to go. And I'm like, yeah, the captain's back. Oh, good old young captain. Not 60 or 70-year-old captain who keeps insisting on how he's captain, you know? But I get it, like, he's aging in like 2-3 days. And so, of course, he's insisting on staying the captain, even though his mental facilities were going down. They end nice and safe. The Romulans don't got him. And it's a nice day for everyone. Woo, everybody gets what they want. I like this episode a lot. It's also fun to see the actors and the actresses have aging face makeup on. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty nifty. The makeup production crew did a pretty great job with this. And also I like seeing the behavior of a young person versus like a really old person, and it's like completely different. I also really like seeing Spock with gray in his beard. Mwah. Beautiful touch. Mwah. Everyone with gray in their beard, I thought it was pretty cool aesthetic. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.9 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, Obsession. It is directed by Rolf Sineski, written by Art Wallace, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and there's a couple of people in a landing party, and they go down to the planet's surface, and there's this gaseous thing that just consumes people's body and takes all of the red blood cells and just eats it, and then just gets rid of the person, just boop, no longer I don't care about you, just leaves them there, and they're just dead, and there are no signs of red blood cells in their body. They're like completely gray. What's interesting is there's this guy. He's part of the landing party. There's like 2 people who are taken of their red blood cells from this gas, and this guy saw it, and he was being warned by Kirk because he also went through this experience, and Kirk's like, yo, I've experienced this like 11 years ago, okay? If you see the thing, shoot it. And frickin', he didn't shoot it. He didn't shoot the gas. And he's consumed by all of this guilt that he feels, and Kirk also feels the same amount of guilt too. He's like, we gotta find out the cause of this. We can't just let this cloud consume more red blood cells from everyone who has red blood cells, okay? Oh, it's interesting. Kirk is feeling this guilt and is so inclined to stay here and try to fight the thing, right? But McCoy is like, I don't think he should, like, put more people on the surface. I don't think you should do that, Kirk. And Kirk's like, we gotta, but, you know, I understand having to travel to where we're going. And then while they're traveling, there's this big spacious cloud in space. Spacious, get it? Spacious. Anyway, so there's this cloud, same cloud. And Kirk's like, turn off all the ventilation. Except for this one guy, the guy who is there consumed by all guilt. He turns on the ventilation by accident. And then when the cloud comes over the Enterprise, that cloud gets into the ventilation system. And Spock's down there to be like, you shouldn't be consumed by all this guilt because there's no way that one single phaser would destroy the cloud, okay? And also McCoy tells the same fact to Kirk, and only with this fact is Kirk able to be like, okay, fine, I'm no longer guilty that I couldn't save those fellows. I hesitated in the moment, but I'm glad to know that even if I shot a phaser at that cloud, it would have done nothing. And so what's interesting, Kirk goes down to this guy's quarters to do it, and it's right around the same time where the gas comes and like starts flooding the guy's room, and Spock's down there. What's interesting, Spock has no red blood cells because his blood is green, and he's not affected by this at all. He's able to take the ventilation system and just close it. He's able to close it. I'm like, man, even a photon phaser from the actual ship itself couldn't destroy this thing. What can destroy this thing, man? I'm just thinking, this thing looks like it's unstoppable, just random cloud. Just so happens it smells like honey, so you're not at all suspect to its appearance. You just like, it smells like honey. And only Kirk knew what this would mean to his landing party. He's the only person who has went through the situation and survived. So he has like ultimate all-knowing sight on this. The only thing that can stop this cloud is you have to take an antimatter bomb down to the surface, and only Kirk and the guy can go down there. And they lure the gas in. And right as they lure the gas in, they get transported up, they activate the bomb explodes, and destroys the thing. And I'm like, Kirk, I like you a lot. I'm glad that you're not consumed by your guilt anymore, and I'm glad that this guy is not consumed by his guilt anymore. So the ultimate lesson of this episode is that you don't have to feel guilty about things that are out of your control. You know, Kirk felt guilty, this guy felt guilty, but in actuality, there was nothing that they could have done to stop it with their puny phasers. They had to bring in an antimatter bomb in order to stop this guy. You know, I like this episode a lot because it goes to show Kirk's character, and it goes to show the character of everybody else on board. I imagine you have to be like the utmost respectable person in order to be on the Enterprise at all. Otherwise, you're just kind of an issue, and you need to get kicked off. So I like how this guy feels guilty even if he couldn't do anything about it. You know, I just feel like that's a good characteristic to have. But too much guilt is very, very damaging, you know, to your psyche, to your environment. It causes a lot of mistakes to happen. Overall, this is a nice episode. It establishes the importance of guilt, but don't be guilty if there's nothing that you can do to change the situation. Even if you are projecting that you could have done something to change the situation. I feel bad for Kirk though. He had 11 years and not knowing that he had no control in the situation at all. He just thought that he could have controlled those people dying. And I'm glad he knows that now, that he didn't have any control. A weight has been lifted off his shoulder. This is a nice, I'd say pretty simple Star Trek episode compared to like how complex the other Star Trek episodes get. But this is a good Star Trek episode. It teaches a lesson. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.9 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, Wolf in the Fold. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by Robert Bloch, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following Kirk, McCoy, and Scotty, and they're having a great time. They're at like some exotic club, there's some nice pretty lady dancers, there's doing the dancing, woo, right, all that fun jazz. And then a lady comes over and is particularly interested in Scotty, and she's like, hey, do you want to hang out? You want to go off, just like go off in private somewhere? And they do that. And Kirk and McCoy is like, yeah, you guys have a great time, just have a good time. And it seems to be that there's a lot of people from the USS Enterprise hanging out there. They're having a chill time. They're relaxing. They need some well-deserved rest after so much work. And then a scream, a woman's scream, and she's dead. And Scotty's kind of confused. He's like, what's going on? I don't remember murdering her at all. The civilization prides itself on pleasures. So they have no way to investigate murders at all because this is like the first of its kind. All pleasure planet. And so there's this ambassador though. They come from a different planet and they're like so intent on framing Scotty. You gotta lock him up, lock up Scotty, and everyone else is like, we need some sort of fair trial here. You can't just lock up Scotty. Scotty still insists on, hey, maybe it wasn't me, but somebody else. I can't remember. I remember being with the lady, and then there's some like fog going on, and then that's all I remember, and then next thing I know, they're dead. And it's like weird that this is happening. I don't think Scotty is doing the murders, but it looks like he is, and it's hurting Kirk because he's like, man, Scotty's such a good dude. He's like really good to the ship. He's like my lead chief engineer. And that's the sound of all the... Don't mind the sounds of the woman grinder behind me. That's just Scotty doing his work. Ha ha ha. No, but seriously though, I don't think Scotty did murder these women. What's fun though, Kirk's like, I don't think he murdered these women, but it does look like he murdered these women. I'm hurting, dude. I don't want you to be the person who murdered these women. And there's a couple of more chances where Scotty's alone with women and then they end up dead. And it's like, Scotty, looks like you did it. And then another woman turns up dead. It's like, Scotty, looks like you did it. He insists on he's not doing it. Who could be doing it? Also seems to be that there is a murderer on the loose. All signs point to this creature that feeds on fear. Obviously, Scotty's not the type to feed on fear. He loves women. He's a little bit of a simp for women. And as shown in other Star Trek episodes, he just stands up for Uhura. Turns out there's this guy though, the ambassador. He suspiciously carries the same characteristics as the people who would feed on fear, like this weird thing that would feed on fear. Same planet too, and they start questioning this guy, and this guy keeps on implicating Scotty. Oh man, Scotty, you didn't do the murders? Oh, thank goodness. It was actually this guy. And this guy was so keen on just having Scotty just put away for life. And he just wanted to feed off of these women. They're a pleasure planet. But I feel like with this guy as the ambassador, he would have brought a lot of fear. And I feel like, what was his intention? By having outsiders, right? It was actually him doing that grinding machine, the grinding of the women machine, the background sound. Anyway, so I wonder what his intent was. Was his intent to bring outsiders to this pleasure planet and then murder some of the women and then cause some fear and so we could eat off of it or something? And then what's the end goal? Make it so these people can't bring anyone to their planet, but they're like they're in a great strategic place. There's like nothing in the quadrant like this planet or any frickin' planet at all, for any matter, that will help any of side. There's kind of like a neutral planet. There's just a pleasure planet for anyone to come to. So what was the ultimate goal here? Like, I feel like this guy is a little bit short-sighted, this ambassador man, and I don't think he is a good ambassador. But I'm glad that Scotty didn't do those murders. It makes me feel good. And I don't feel like he has it in himself to murder women anyway. Like I said, he's a major simp. So, I like this episode a lot. It goes to show the different types of planets throughout the universe and the galaxy, or different types of people and beings living there. But it seems like they all have the same motive, which is to survive and to thrive. So I like this episode a lot. I gotta give this, this is a solid 7.8 out of 10. Boom. Beam me up. On Saturday night, I saw Star Trek the original series, The Trouble with Tribbles. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by David Gerrold, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. First of all, my first exposure was that in my math class in college, they showed me one of the examples of Spock talking about like exponents, like the S curve with the population. It's like exponent, and then as soon as you don't have enough resources to feed people, then like the curve goes up and it kind of flatlines. Yeah, I was shown this, like this part of this episode in order to explain that. So that's my previous exposure to this episode. I didn't know the full context of it, but now watching this episode, I'm very much glad that I have the full context. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're being summoned to protect this grain. What's interesting is that Kirk is so upset that they used the highest order of response and alertness in order to get him here. They're like, this is the utmost important urgency. You have to protect your grain with your life. They didn't tell him about this grain until he goes there and he's talking to the guy. There's a few guys, right? And he's like, what authority do you have to make such a declaration? Okay, what authority do you have? Well, I'm the Federation agriculture expert, and I'll tell you that's my authority. And Kirk's like, all right, I back off. He's still kind of upset, but he understands authority. He's like, all right, fine. We'll leave you one guard to protect this grain, okay? And this guy kind of sees it as an insult. Don't you know the Klingons, dude? The Klingons. We're at like this, the Klingons here, dude. They're all coming, and we're at like a place where you can have the Klingons and also the USS Federation there. It's just kind of like a neutral zone for them. And I'm just thinking, oh boy, they really hate the Klingons, man. They really don't want the Klingons to get this grain. Because if the Klingons get this grain, then they'll annihilate this grain, which is useful to populating this specific planet, which the Klingons want control of. So it's like, you need to guard this with your life, Kirk. I don't like this episode a lot because we have some of the USS Enterprise members coming down to this place, and there's like a nice little bar, and there's this guy who just kind of rushes through. It's like a whole, what are those trench coats? Yeah, he has like a whole camo trench coat full of goodies, and he's trying to sell this goodies to this bartender man, and Uhura's there, and this guy pulls out a nice little fluffy thing called a tribble, and this guy's like, I don't want a tribble. Uhura's like, I want a tribble, oh my goodness. And that tribble has a little bit of a feed of that grain, and Uhura takes that tribble up to the USS Enterprise. And one tribble becomes many tribbles. She has a whole bunch of tribbles. She gives the tribbles off to a bunch of the USS Enterprise workers and crewmen there. And then there's just like tribbles just keep on showing up on the ship. There's a bunch of tribbles. They keep populating to a very concerning point, okay? Just too many tribbles. What I like about this is that it seems the Klingons hate these tribbles. Take a tribble next to a Klingon and they'll start freaking out. They're like, you know, all that fun jazz. And the Klingons hate them back. They're like, take that parasite away from us. And just take it away. Ugh. And, you know, the Klingons are very much not pleasure-focused like humans are. But there might be a good reason for the Klingons to hate these tribbles. And Kirk is like, you know, I like them having on ship. They're nice, they're cool, they're calming. They're everywhere, aren't they? Interesting. Weird. And I feel like it doesn't start becoming a problem until they just start showing up all over the ship. All over. What's fun about this is just like lining each one of those railings with just a bunch of tribbles. There's just like tribbles and various seats. And it's like, how do they reproduce? Mikoya says they're bisexual. And as somebody who lives in modern times where that means you're attracted to a male and a female, I'm just thinking, oh, he's using that definition correctly, and everybody is using that term wrong. Everybody is using that term wrong in modern times, using the word bisexual wrong. And that was the only way I knew of the word bisexual before coming across this freaking episode when they actually used the term bisexual correctly. They can have sexual reproduction in many different ways, 2 different ways to be exact. I still don't know what it means though. They're like, we gotta get rid of these tribbles, man. This is terrible. They're eating all of our food. They're getting all over the storage containments. And what's fun though is that we have this storage container. And this is where my college class decided to cut this piece of the episode out and show it to me, where we have the storage container and there's a bunch of tribbles just falling. And Spock's like, oh, most of these are dead. How interesting. It seems like there was a bunch of the grain in there and they ate it all, but now there's no more grain and they just ended up dying. Okay, interesting. So it looks like just don't feed them and they'll die on their own. Also, the guy who brought the tribble to the station in the first place is now being charged because even though he brought tribbles which are perfectly harmless, they reproduce like crazy and they're a threat to all food. You know, if you have a collection of food, the tribbles are just going to eat it, okay? And that's a danger within itself. So that guy gets arrested. Also, what's fun is I like the heating up between the Klingons and the USS Enterprise people. Oh boy. The Klingons come over to a table with Scotty and Chekhov a little hot-headed, and Scotty's like, don't, stop, they're insulting you, stop that. And what starts the fight is when they insult the ship of the USS Enterprise, and then Scotty throws a punch, and then there's a whole brawl, a whole fisticuffs just like start on happening in that place, and they have to break it up, and then Kirk has to take all the people who were there, line them up, who threw the first punch, and it was freaking Scotty, because they insulted the USS Enterprise, not because the Klingons insulted them personally, but it was because they insulted the ship. And I'm like, I get it. The ship's a huge pride point for you, Scotty. I don't know if it was good, though, to necessarily pick a fight over the ship. I don't know. He doesn't get too much harsh repercussions, except for he gets sent to his quarters. It's whatever, it's all right. And I like how they deal with the tribbles by taking all of the tribbles and just like get rid of them. They all just like end up dying. I really like this episode a lot because it's my first exposure ever to the original series of Star Trek. Was that little clip I was shown in college class. And the tribbles are cute, but they are incredibly harmful. And I like how the Klingons were able to see that before the humans were. Mainly because the Klingons are not so pleasure focused. They're more focused on doing the task, staying within the chain of command, and just being kind of terrible people. They kind of suck. I don't like the Klingons, but there are some practical uses for them. Like in this instance, it was necessary to show the Tribble's reaction to the Klingon and the Klingon's reaction to the Tribble as like a foreshadowing element. I like this episode a lot. I like Kirk, and I like how even he has blind sides. Like, it took so many Tribbles to just fill the ship in order for him to notice that there was a problem. But he was okay with a Tribble existing on the ship. I guess he never really had any previous exposure to Tribbles before now. So I gotta give this episode's like a solid 8 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Gamesters of Triskelon. It is directed by Gene Nelson, written by Margaret Arment, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. By the way, it's 100 degrees here. Oh boy, you know, I'd feel real bad if Kirk had to fight under 100-degree conditions. Not sure what I mean? Keep watching. This episode starts and we're following Kirk and a couple other people, and you know, they're on a planet and then they beam up, and guess what? When they go beam, they get beamed to another place. So it's Kirk, we got Scotty, we got Uhura, we got Chekhov, we got another guy. Oh man, I'm just thinking, hot diggity dang, hot, get it? Because it's hot here. Anyway, hot diggity dang, what is going on here? What type of people are powerful enough to just snatch atoms from this transporter thing. Oh man, it's been a hot minute since I've done a Star Trek review. I'm like blanking on the terms and such. Who's powerful enough to do this? And guess what? Frickin' Kirk is over here trying to get some answers. We got some assistants. We got a pretty little lady assistant. She's wearing like all gray with her, she's got them huge mommy milkers, not gonna lie. I was like, wow, okay. I'm usually expecting the small titty ladies, but wow, she's huge titties, but also really small waist, and I liked that. And okay, we have Kirk is here, and he's like, oh, hello, lady. She's like, I'm your match now. I'm your match now. Kirk's trying to get answers. Meanwhile, Uhura is given a mate as well, and she doesn't want the mate, and so we get some sounds of her screaming, no, stop, stop it. And I'm like, what is happening in that cell? Oh my goodness, what is going on? Whoever snatched this landing party, including Kirk, from thin air effectively, they have this civilization, they have a bunch of people in which they capture and then have them fight, and that's what Kirk's doing. You got the whatever, the neck things of resistance. If you try to resist, then you get zapped, and then it really hurts. What powerful civilization is this? Seriously though, I'm just so intrigued by the power scaling in this, because the humans are just they're not anything really to compared to these dudes. I'm just thinking like, Kirk, how you gonna get yourself out of this one? He accepts the battle. Oh my goodness, he accepts the battle, he accepts it all. But he's like, you know, I'd rather fight for my ship, okay? How about I fight 3 of your soldier dudes, okay? Here's the stakes. If I lose, everybody on the Enterprise is your slave. If I win, though, not only are you releasing the Enterprise, you're also going to release this little fellow lady over here. She never knows what freedom is. I really like Kirk because he's really good at convincing and like swooning people with his charm. He has his charm. He introduces this lady to concepts like love and pleasure, and kisses her 4 times in this. I counted. He kisses her 4 times, and each time she's like, wow, that's a weird sensation. I want to feel more of it. And I'm like, she's learning. She literally would call food nourishment. Okay, nourishment. Now there's a little flavor to her life. She's like, oh, maybe I kind of want to be off on my own, but I got some guy, he's here, he owns me. Oh, Kirk, how noble of you. You're going to sacrifice the safety of your ship. If you lose, you better not lose, but if you win, then I get free, and also your ship. How noble is that? So that's what happens, and of course, Kirk being Kirk, he's really clever and pretty dang good at fighting. By the way, the boundaries in which to operate within this like fight arena, he has to stay in the yellow, and it's like a weird, interesting shape, and there's like blue around it. It kind of looks like it's kind of like a weird hexagon shape with like little triangles. I don't know. It's right here. Look at it. It's weird. He has to stay in the yellow shape, and I watched intently. He had his feet hit the blue, and that means he loses, but no one called it. Where's the referee? Come on, I'm on Kirk's side here, and you're giving him too much slack. But anyway, the guy wasn't paying attention, and Kirk won. And this chick has her freedom, he has his freedom, everybody has his freedom. And what's really fun about this is she's like, I want to go with you. And then he's like, no, you can't, but you have to lead your civilization to learn some things, and then if you learn enough things, then maybe you can travel the stars. And I'm like, that's nice and hopeful. She can start her own civilization, and Kirk can be free. And that's pretty much the end of the movie. I almost said movie. That's the end of the episode. I felt a lot of emotions through this. First, I felt fear for Kirk and his crewmen, because there's a guy who's just like really powerful. But as Kirk became more and more charming, wooed the chick, was able to talk his way out of the situation. We understand that the guy is actually really reasonable, the person who's keeping him here. And what's fun is that once he loses, he's like, all right, Kirk, you can leave. So honestly, because of the stakes of this episode, and Kirk is such a Chad, and I really like the directing, and I really like the landscape, and I really like the setting. It's all over the place. It's really wacky and weird. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.6 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Piece of the Action. It is directed by James Comack, written by David P. Harmon, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise, and they receive an audio transmission 100 years way too late from this planet, and they're like, you know what? We got it, we should go investigate. You know, as you do when you receive 100-year-old transmissions. I'm thinking, why did they send the transmission in a such old-fashioned way? It makes me think, if you had communication with them before, why is it so old? Just curious, just a thought. We got Spock, we got Kirk, and they're going down to the surface. And guess what? Now we're at a 1920s Chicago pretty much, which is really fun. It's fun seeing everyone just be in suits, and it's all nice and fun walking around on the street until you get mugged, or there's a drive-by shooting that just happens and everyone has this really big gun. Like, I don't know anything about guns, but it has like a little ring on the front of it. It kind of looks like one of those semi-automatic rifles kind of dealio, but from like the 1920s. And I've only played Call of Duty, so that's the only reference I have for guns, honestly. So anyway, we got this whole society, and there's this boss man. Hey, you're gonna have to talk to the boss. The boss? Yeah, let me show you the boss. How do you not know who the boss is around here? All right, now we got Kirk and Spock. They're here, you know, as from a different place, which a much more technological advancement. Of course, and they're here. Hey, we're on behalf of the Enterprise. We're on behalf of the Federation. We're on the behalf of the Feds, all right? I like how you can just shorthand it to the Feds, and it makes sense that the 1920s Chicago boss-esque guys aren't liking that at all. Oh man, so we have Kirk and Spock, and they're gonna go talk to this guy, and they're talking to this guy, and these guys would be like, hey, we're running things, hey, we're running things here, hey! You know what one of my favorite parts of this episode is when we have Kirk and Spock and they're questioning this book, right? What's up with this book? Oh, this book! Yeah, it was left here, and we just kind of followed all the laws in here to an exact T in how to run society. And this book is about the 1920s Chicago mobs. So guess what? Now we got a bunch of 1920s Chicago mobs over here. So Kirk has to find a way in which to get all the bosses together and get them all together under one unified collective. You gotta make sure they have a common enemy. They're all each other's enemies, okay? So we got the one boss, and then, hey, we got another boss, and the other boss be like, hey, psh, come here. And then they go there, and they're like, yeah, we heard everything that you said. We have their lines tapped. We got their wires tapped. And I'm like, oh, does the other guy know about this? Does the other guy have you tapped? He sure didn't mention that he has you tapped, but he sure has open lines. I guess he's not as careful as the other bosses, or evil, I guess. I'm not sure. Oh man, I do like how in this society, in order to make it so they don't follow these laws on the mob laws on how to run a society, Kirk's like, okay, I'm gonna have to be the bigger boss man over here. I'm gonna have to be big boss, and I'm gonna have to be speaking on behalf of the Federation, right? like as a guy who just takes your money. And so, oh man, this is really fun. Kirk's like, all right, everyone, Spock, hey, we're gonna make sure that we do nice, cute Chicago mob 1920 accents, right? And we're gonna strong arm them. Hey, the guy, the big man upstairs, the Federation, they want 40% of all your profits. They want 40% of everyone's profits. They want all of them, all right? We have the big gun here now, and that's just basically what Kirk say. And he's using lingo, like 1920s lingo, while he's like talking to Scotty on the communicator, rather. I don't know why it's a transmitter. It's a communicator. Flips it open. Hey, Scotty, why don't you beam up one of those mob boys and bring them up to show them around? He's like, what? And then like in whisper, just transport one of them up here, and then just leave them there, and then transport them back there. All right, aye, sir. I really like that. He has to break character in order to give instructions to Scotty. And of course, these guys, they don't believe that he has a big old ship. So they have to beam up one of the bosses. One of the bosses goes down there, and it's like, yeah, they got a big ship. And it's like, wait, how do we know you don't have more than 2 men up in that ship? You don't want to find out. You will never want to find out, now do you? If you try to find out if we have more men than we don't, that's 440 people up there that will go bam on your butts, okay? You don't want to test the power of the Federation. Now he brings like all the mob bosses in one room, and it convinces them to just be good together, like have some sort of camaraderie instead of trying to like hate on each other all the time and like try to do shootouts on each other. Kirk's like, I'm the big bad man boss here, okay? I'm the big baddest boy. And I'm like, all right, I've never seen Kirk like this, but like, this is pretty cool. I like seeing Kirk talking with an accent. He's like, hey. He doesn't do the hand movements. I'm doing the hand movements. Hey. But, you know, this conflict gets resolved by the time that all the mob bosses come together, and they're like, you know what, well, we'll try to make things work together. And then the USS Enterprise is like, we're satisfied, we're gonna leave. And I'm like, you didn't really leave them with a method, another method to govern people. So what are you gonna do? What's their next step? They're just gonna naturally learn democracy or something? No, that's not happening. What do you think they chose as a form of government after Kirk left? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Whatever Kirk left, whatever this other guy left, they really did heed to the book, right? Heeded to the book. So if they're given a book of some kind, they're just going to heed to it. I really like this episode. I like seeing Spock in a fedora and a suit. Like, that's peak. I loved it. It looks really good on him. Also, seeing Kirk in like a cool suit is also pretty neat, and I liked seeing that as well. You know what? I like this episode. It's a nice, I wouldn't say cozy, because there's a lot of gunshots. So I like the acting of everyone, and I like how, normally they're not like allowed to transport people up, like beam people up to the ship, but they did to demonstrate their power. So they're scared. They're all scared, right? I think that's appropriate. I like this episode. It's an all right one. I gotta give this one, it's a solid like 7.4 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Immunity Syndrome. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by Robert Sabaroff, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise. They're getting a little bit of signals like, hey, what happened to the SWAT station? Oh, what happened to the Teprid? Also, Spock starts to feel Oh, wow, I'm feeling something. The Interpreter just died. How did you know? Well, there's like 400 Vulcan just manning it. And as a half Vulcan, he can feel when 400 Vulcan minds die. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. You know, I don't think I have the ability to sense when another human dies, so I think that's pretty cool. Also, before I get off of this subject, we have McCoy is like, what? 400? That's so weird. Wow, that's wacky. Wacky. And of course, Spock's very logical answer is, well, why is it that you humans can justify the death of one person, but it's hard for you to justify the death of many people? You like to say that Vulcans are cold-hearted, but, you know, it seems like you guys are cold-hearted too. And I'm like, wow, you just killed McCoy with that. Ooh, amazing. I love it. All right, anyway, so the Interpreter's gone. And then there is just this patch of black in the middle of space, which is weird because space is full of stars that you can see in the distance. And then there's just this weird patch of black. It's just nothing. And time to send a probe in. Send the probe in. Got any information? Nope. All that we know is that it's draining our energy fields. And it's dragging the USS Enterprise closer and closer to it until they're in the middle of it. And now they're in the middle of it, and now their energy just keeps on going down, just keeps on going. Oh boy, what are we gonna do? Everyone's having a mass hysteria. What's going on? Why is their energy levels down? Do we got any readings? Mr. Spock, do you got any readings on the computer? Insufficient data. All we know is that it's some sort of energy field and we don't know what it is. Well, I guess we should go in reverse. Oh, reverse is just forward. What a weird place to be in, right? Where you have your ship and everything that is opposite is true. It's kind of like Southpaw. Like, you know, the Southpaw, the controller, like instead of it's up, it's down. It's kind of confusing. It's like that. It's what reminds me. Anyway, so we got all the ship's controls. If you go forward, you're going backwards. And so it's like, oh, well, if we pushed forward, we're lurking backwards. Well, we gotta go forward, more forward. And this is not a logical solution. This is not a logical situation whatsoever. But it seems to work. It's the thing that's working. I like Spock's analysis of this because he's like, the Vulcans are very logic-based. This is a very illogical situation. I don't think they would have even stopped to think about this could be some other third party that's taking their energy and just drinking it like it's a juice or whatever. It took an entire ship. It took an entire solar system, which is insane. It's intense. Wow, this is a lot of people it took. Oh boy. And it's just going to consume and consume and consume unless the USS Enterprise doesn't die while dealing with this creature. Because again, the energy levels are going down and down, and there seems to be less way to deal with the fact that this creature is just sucking up their energy. And how do we kill this creature? Oh my goodness, as they try to run away from it, I like this. And there's just so much tension in this episode, which is why I'm saying so much of it, right? I love this episode's tension building. It's literal life or death here, right? We're in the vastness of nothing. You don't know what's out there. Where are the freaking stars? We're just in darkness. This is a scary situation to be in. I don't wish this situation on anyone I hate, all right? Just to say that much. And so we got the USS Enterprise. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take all the power, we're gonna divert it, and we're gonna do one lurch forward. Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh, we're still in the darkness. That's so weird. Well, I guess we maintain a little bit of a close, we got some distance on it. Oh my goodness, what is that thing? And I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is this thing? This thing that they're looking at? This is definitely the source of what's taking their energy. It's a giant amoeba, and it's about 11,000 miles long. Does anyone know how long the Earth is? I know from side to side, America is about 3,000, give or take a couple thousand miles or so. It's this is a big boy. This is a big boy. Too much food. Anyway, so we got this big old giant amoeba. It's a single cell. One single cell. It's 11,000 feet long. Imagine how many cells we have and how tiny they are, right? Imagine all the cells we had. One of them was 11,000 miles long, and then there's just millions of them. How much of the freaking galaxy that would take. So anyway, I'm just thinking how big this boy is. So Spock's like, all right, here's what we gotta do. The only thing we can do is to take a shuttlecraft out there and get more information on it. And I like this feud. We got McCoy and Spock both volunteering to go down. They both have very good reasons on why they should go down. And I like how Kirk's like, I'll decide. He decides Spock because he's more physically able to deal with the pressures of space and having your life systems be pretty critically low. And so Spock goes to the shuttlecraft, goes down to the amoeba, gets some information on it. Oh, hey, there's a nucleus. Oh, the nucleus is over there. Here it is. All right, everyone. I got a definitive way to kill this guy. And says this thing, some of it is lost in transmission because there's so much interference, and we got to figure out what to do. Oh, antibodies. I like this clever thinking. So they're thinking as it's a virus, right? It's a virus taking over the galaxy. How do you cure a virus? Antibodies. Well, we could be the antibody to this big amoeba. We have the big old brain plan of going straight into the membrane, taking this antimatter bomb, sticking it to the nucleus, then trying to get our way out of there, trying to grab Spock. Uh-oh, we lose some power. We lose all energy. Wow, we're just stuck here. And then boom, big old explosion. And they're out and safe. I was like, oh my goodness. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time watching this because of how tense it is. I don't think I've seen a Star Trek episode with this much stakes and this much tension. I know there's Klingon episodes where they have to fight the Klingon, and it's a little bit tense, but this is like intensely intense. They're losing all of their energy. I'm like, how are they gonna deal with it? And they're all like making records, like, you know, if this somehow gets out, I just want to make sure that everyone here listed is given special recognition. And I'm like, ooh, they're saying goodbye to their life. They're about to die in their mind. Until this miracle happens where the bomb go explode and it pushes them out and now they're safe. And I'm just thinking, wow. Tension relieved, and that's the end of the episode. I'm like, whoa! That was an intense episode. It kept me glued onto the screen, made me on the edge of my seats. I was like, whoa, this is an awesome episode. If you have not seen this episode, please, you gotta watch it. If you're gonna watch any Star Trek episode, right? Forget Trouble with Tribbles. Watch this one. This is a really good Star Trek episode. It's so good that I gotta give it, it's a solid, oh my goodness. I usually don't give Star Trek reviews this high, but I think it really deserves this high of a score. It deserves a 9 out of 10. Boop, beam me up. I'm Inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, A Private Little War. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Judd Crocus, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're going on this planet. This planet's a nice, peaceful planet. You know, they're surveying it. There seems to be a nice culture, a bunch of roots, a bunch of plants that can be used for medicinal purposes, right? Very peaceful civilization that lives there. James Kirk is personally friends with one of the guys, the leader. And what's fun is there's only a couple of threats, really. Like, for example, there's this weird albino gorilla kind of thing with spines on his back. It's a weird creature, but that's poisonous. That has a poisonous touch. And that's pretty much about it, right? Haha, wrong. Spock gets hit with an arrow that makes him bleed, and it has like some sort of poison, and it damages his internal organs, and so he is out. And also Spock has to go up. Woohoo, we're going up. And they all go back up, and they gotta beam up while there's like these villagers like, we're gonna get you, we're gonna get you, we're gonna get you. And now they're orbiting, but it looks like the Klingon are there, but the Klingon doesn't notice them there. So they're like, well, we're gonna keep our identity hidden. We're gonna have good old pal McCoy and Kirk beam down to the surface with knowing that you guys could just leave orbit at any given moment to avoid being seen by the Klingons. And we got Kirk is down there, and then he gets attacked by one of these creatures, and oh, we gotta deal with the poison. Hey, Enterprise, and they're already gone. So we gotta go to this tribe. Hey, can we get this guy? Can we get this guy that Kirk knows? I like seeing McCoy taking care of Kirk. It's honestly a pretty nice touch. It makes me think, oh man, McCoy really, really likes Kirk and respects Kirk as a friend and also as a commanding officer. Keeps him warm, takes those phasers, phases those rocks. I think it's pretty cool, honestly. So anyway, so we got this civilization, very peaceful, very nice people, and they just let them chill there. We gotta get the lady who knows how to get rid of the poison, and guess what? We got the lady. Takes his root, does a little cutting of her hand, puts the hand on the root and does a weird thing, and she's like, ah, he's mine, he is mine, he is mine. This is a weird ritual. I'm looking at this, I'm like, how does this take poison out of somebody's body? She's a witch, okay, but again, you didn't explain, how does this take poison out of someone's body? Like, I'm looking, I'm like, why is this happening? But it worked. It sure did work. Apparently, if you get healed by one of those chicks, you're now supposed to do whatever they say. Which makes me think, oh wow, those chicks have like a lot of power in society because of the fact that there's these poisonous creatures running around, that the only method of curing the poison is taking the poison guy to this chick who will perform the ritual and then have you under a spell for life. That seems a little OP for me. I don't like how much power this chick has in society, especially in a really peaceful society. She's over here like, oh, the villagers have guns. They have guns. Kirk's like, why do they have guns? They shouldn't have guns. They're like at the Iron Age. Why do you have these like really advanced weapons here? What's going on? You know, maybe there's some outside interference. I'm thinking it's the Klingons and there's a freaking bee there. I don't like yellow jackets, okay? I don't like them at all. Anyway, so we got freaking Kirk's like, I'm thinking the Klingons did it, and I'm thinking that too. It was definitely the Klingons. There's not like hard proof of it yet. But this chick is really fiending for some weapons. She's like, we need to get some of those sticks as well, those fire sticks. We need to get them so we can defend ourselves. And of course, the mate that she's with, he's like, no, we gotta maintain peace. We gotta become peaceful. We gotta be peaceful people. Oh boy, I'm thinking that's not gonna last soon, honestly. Especially if we have the chick, she's trying to pull all the strings to make this violence happen because it's classic women. Women are evil, women are the root of evil, and now we got a classic Garden of Eden story over here. Oh man, we got the Klingon are actually confirmed to be giving a weapon, these weapons towards this civilization, and they're telling them about how killing's awesome and cool and amazing, and you'll like it more than hunting. You'll feel a certain thrill from executing your enemies. And I'm like, no, don't train them to be this cold-hearted. Don't train them to be Klingons. You don't want them to be Klingons. You want them to be like better than humans. You want them to be the best civilization in the world, the most peaceful one. They'll be able to advance a lot more when they're peaceful, maybe, possibly. I don't know, actually. Do you think wars progressed technology? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Anyway, so we got Kirk. He's like, well, the only way I can really deal with this is to teach other people how to do their weapons. And I do like McCoy over here. He's like, you're clearly under the spell of that chick, dude. Like, she wants those weapons and you're teaching the village how to shoot these weapons? I'm also like, Kirk, what are you doing? I thought you didn't want them to know about these weapons, but I guess you're now teaching them. He's like, you know what, the best defense is you have to teach them to be equal on both sides, or else one village is going to massacre another, you know? And I'm like, you know, I guess that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. As Kirk's like, oh yeah, let's just train them. Let's train them, get their weapons good. McCoy's like, you're under her spell. Wow, look who it is. It's the chick. She's over here. And yes, she likes to put people under her spell. She goes out to the woods with Kirk and like seduces him, and they have a little bit of a make-out kiss you. And guess what? The husband of her is like, I'm gonna get you, Kirk. I really like how Kirk was saying, oh, he wouldn't kill anyone. He wouldn't go towards violence. And I'm like, the things that push men towards violence is usually men fighting over a woman. Usually. That and like resources, like oil or gold or whatever. It's usually resources, your life, or over a woman. That's usually what it is. So anyway, I really like how we got Kirk's over here kissing this lady. This husband's like, I'm gonna get you. And then, wow, there's this creature over here. This creature be like, I'm gonna get the chick. And I'm thinking, maybe this creature is doing a bit, right? Maybe the creature can talk to this chick somehow. That's what I'm thinking, because I don't trust her at all. She's done too much, and I'm thinking, there's too much shady stuff she's been doing. I'm not sure if I should trust her at all. So anyway, I really like how she's like, I'm attacked, and then Kirk is saving her. Oh yeah, thank you, Kirk, you did so good. Bap, I'm gonna steal your phaser now. Steals the phaser, one of those hand phasers. It goes to the tribe. Hey, I got one of the guys. Hey, we got a weapon to go against the guys. Woo! And I'm like, oh no, this is just gonna be like, as I like to call it, a dick measuring contest, where you take your wieners out and you measure them, but you know, in the form of firepower, is a dick measuring contest. And she's over here like, look at my big old penis, even though I don't have one. Look at my big old penis. It's over here. It's bigger than the others, guys. I don't know how to work it at all. And they're all starting to fight over it. The chick gets stabbed. Good on her. Good thing she got stabbed. I hated her, honestly. I never really trusted her. She gets stabbed. And so the guy who was originally like, I'm never gonna kill, I want to be all peaceful, he's like, I want to murder them all. I want to murder everyone who murdered my wife. And I'm like, it's just one person, guy. But Kirk's like, I don't know what to do here. We kinda got a situation on our hands. And also I like how Kirk and McCoy like jump at the Klingon. This episode, what did they do with the Klingon afterward? I guess the Klingon just kind of go. What happened to the Klingon? This episode, although it's a really good lesson on like human nature and how it takes certain factors for a very peaceful village to become violent, where's the Klingon? I mean, you show the Klingon, you show them negotiating, but you don't really show them leaving. I guess you also don't show the USS Enterprise leaving either, but I like, at the end, they're like, well, oops, this was supposed to be utopia, and guess we spoiled again, another Garden of Eden, but at least it wasn't us this time. It was the Klingon. And I'm like, alright, I guess so. We got, Kirk got his phaser back, which is good. I don't need all those guys dissecting the phaser to try to figure out how to use it. Oh god, how terrible that would be for the entire civilization. That'd be bonkers. Yeah, I have so many concepts to understand before they can even attempt to understand what's in the phaser. So I really like this episode. It's got like a few things that I'm like, well, it's whatever. Like the chick. Why does she not have power over Kirk? Why say the superstition? Oh, it's so Bones can be all like, oh no, she really wants to control you. You might be being controlled. Oh, and I'm like, maybe. But I do think it's a way to make it so these chicks have more power, maybe. I also can't tell if Kirk was being controlled at the end when he was doing a kissu because he just has so much riz. He has so much natural riz. He smooches on all the chicks that he can get. And so I'm thinking, maybe he wasn't controlled, maybe he is. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about it, honestly. I gotta give this episode, it's a fun episode, but it just deserves like it's a 7.3 out of 10. Boom! Beam me up! I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, Return to Tomorrow. It is directed by Rouse Sineski, written by John T. Duggan, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise as they embark onto some uncharted space 100 light years past where the last Earth vessel went. And so they're find some contacts with some guy. Oh, is your hailing frequencies open, Uhura? No, they're not, sir. What is this voice going through? Is there speakers? First of all, how does the system work? Is there like speakers on the side? Any Star Trek people who know more about Star Trek than I do, who have the top autism for Star Trek, please comment, how does the speaker system work? Do they just have intercoms in their chairs or something? What are they speaking into? Wouldn't you have to have like some sort of like microphone thing? I'm confused. But anyway, we got this guy named Sargon. He's like, hey, come to the surface. We need your help. Obviously, Kirk's like, is this a command? He's like, I don't know what's to trust you or not. And I like Sargon's like, you have a choice, but let's just say that if you don't come down here, then humanity is going to suffer the same exact fate. And I feel like Kirk took this as a threat, and he's like, okay, Spock, you stay up here. And, Spock was about to stay up there until the lights, just all the power dimmed. And it's like, well, Spock, I guess you're coming with us. And they all go beating down. Immediately, my thought is like, this guy wants to present that he's all nice and such. And I actually believe him. I believe it because if he didn't, if his intentions were malicious, then he would have been like, you are coming down here right now. I'm gonna force you. I'm gonna pull your ship or whatever. So I like how benevolent is probably a good word for that. Very benevolent these guys are. So they go to the surface and it's like, oh geez, how could anyone go to the surface? I like the little bickering between McCoy and Kirk because McCoy's like, wait, we're beaming into 100 miles under the surface? Into this lifeless planet? Weren't we just going to go into solid rock? Sargon's like, I got you guys. Don't you worry. Beams down 4 people instead of 6 people would have been the security team. How are we able to communicate with you guys? These guys, this freaking Sargon man, he's like ultra powerful. I'm like, this is crazy. So he goes down there, and I'm thinking, what type of beings could these guys be? They're living underneath the surface, and they're essentially gods. They could just do whatever they want. They're orbs. They're little tiny orbs. It's just all of their consciousness is in this orb. And it makes me wonder, how? How do you do this? What's interesting is that I like how Sargon's like, well, here's the history of how my people, we had a people just like you guys. And Kirk's like, oh yeah, haha, we passed with flying colors our atomic age, like posturing that he's better than them with like the way that he speaks is what I'm getting out of this conversation. But Sargon's like, we passed that too. We even passed this space exploration phase. What you guys don't know is you guys will come to a point, which you guys haven't hit yet, that your species will have to make a big old decision, but you haven't gone there yet. And I'm like, oh boy, what could this possibly mean? This guy, he claims that his society is about 6,000 centuries old. How many years is that? 6,000 times 100. Let's add 2 zeros to 6,000. 600,000 years? That's a long civilization. So there's that. They lived for a long time. I like Sargon talking about his society. Oh yeah, we went through these wars and I'm and like the two other people in the back, we're the only ones who have survived. And here, let me do a demonstration. Kirk's like, what do you need me for if you're like essentially gods? Sargon possesses his body and is like, oh, I can finally breathe again. Sniff. Fresh air. And I'm like, oh boy, this is fun. I like it. This is concerning. I like how everybody in the USS Enterprise is very concerned. I'm also concerned while watching this. And McCoy's like, dude, you're like overheating their bodies. You need to stop. Go back, please. Just go back. Kirk's like, oh, I'm back. I'm back. You know, I think their intentions are good. Our consciousness collided as one for like a split second, and I understand him. We gotta help him. We gotta help him out. We gotta help him. What do they need their bodies for? Well, they want to build some androids. Why can't we build androids? Because they're much better at building androids than we are. So they need our bodies. And so they all go to USS Enterprise. They bring the consciousness orbs, right? Makes me wonder, did they grab the orbs and just like hold it onto the USS Enterprise, or did the orbs just teleport themselves, since they have the ability to take atoms and bring it to where they're at much better than humans can in this point. So it makes me wonder, maybe they took their atoms and beamed it up. Well, that's what happened actually. So obviously this is the case. I'm thinking about whether like someone like held their orbs, or they like did the phaser thing and then just kind of dissipated and reappeared on the Enterprise, and then the humans went separately. That's what I'm asking. So of course, we got Spock, we got this chick, and we got Kirk, and they're receptacles. We got the three friends. We got this guy's wife, and then we got this guy's friend, right? What's fun is there seems to be a little bit of a cool going on. Hey guy, you're my friend, you're my pal, we've been best friends forever. Can you make a formula that makes it so we can stay in these bodies longer? Oh yeah, sure. And then makes a formula that doesn't work for Captain Kirk's body. The nurse comes in, what's up? Oh, Vulcan mind trick. You don't remember what I was telling you. I don't remember. And I'm like, oh geez, this is dangerous. This is a dangerous situation. So now we have this chick, and then we got Spock's guy receptacle, and he's just like, I'm going to kill that friend. I'm going to murder him. It gets to the point that Sargon can't really occupy Kirk's body anymore, and it looks like Kirk is dead. Oh no! Wow, I can't believe it. Wow, he's dead. And I'm like, no, Kirk's dead. How are we going to command the USS Enterprise? It's going to have to be Spock. Oh wait, Spock's body's being commanded by somebody. Uh-oh. And then like, Kirk appears. Oh, I'm healthy. What? How is this happening? I'm like, wait, what? And then it makes me think, oh wait, Sargon's like really powerful. Sargon explains, I had more power than all these fellows knew. And this is why you should get in the habit of hiding your power levels. No matter how low your power levels are, make sure you appear lower. Because if you need to show all your power levels, like Sargon's best friend did, and then betrayed Sargon, Sargon hid his power levels. So Sargon was able to trick his friend into thinking he's dead so he can kill his friend. And I thought it was pretty awesome. Sargon holds his friend into Spock's body. They give Spock like the deadliest poison, right? And his guy's like, oh no, I have to evacuate. I gotta go. And then when his friend, Sargon's friend, leaves Spock's body and just is in the consciousness, Sargon squashes him like a bug. And Spock's not dead because Sargon made it appear that it was a full injection of the deadliest poison, right? But it was only just enough to give Spock some unconsciousness. And I was like, oh, this is really clever. And here's something really metal, right? We got a little discussion going on. Oh, you know, you just wanna build bodies, live in the androids, we can't feel each other. oh, we got 1,000 years for this one, and then we have to build another one in 1,000 years, and then another 1,000 years, and another 1,000 years. What if we just like took these people's bodies, right? This is what the proposal for Sargon's best friend was to Sargon's wife, right? And then Sargon's wife was trying to tell Sargon, why don't we just keep these guys' bodies forever? Because they're not our bodies, you know? You'd rather live in a body that you can breathe and feel in for 80 years and then just cycle through a bunch of bodies that you're just going to possess for millions and millions and millions of years just so you can feel and breathe again with that guy's consciousness stuck in their body? Or would you just rather have an android that you don't have to deal with for 1,000 years? Oh, you can't breathe, oh, you can't feel, whatever, but you're not possessing a person's body. It's not inhumane, right? I'm thinking that's the more humane thing, go with the android body. But what Sargon chooses, ultimately after his friend's dead, we're just gonna die now. Goodbye. He just destroys both of those consciousnesses. By the way, I think Kirk kisses that chick, I think 3 times? I counted 3 times. The final one being like, oh, you know, we're gonna die, but before that, can you let us use your bodies so we can have one final kiss? Mwah. All right, goodbye now. And then that's the end of the episode. They're like, wow, this is a crazy experience. I think I just watched these people who consider themselves gods because they were able to develop brain power so great that they were able to control matter around them just using their brains. These guys just realized why it is important to die, because life just gets boring and then you have to find more receptacles for your brain to go through. Also, what's interesting in this episode is that these Sargons, like, you know, our people spread seeds around the planets, you know? Earth's like, yeah, but we're proven that we have evolution. But Spock's like, you know, that would make sense. Parts of Vulcan history is that the Sargon's guys' people went around spreading their seed everywhere. And that explains the beginnings of Vulcan history. You know, I like it. This episode is full of a lot of little details of the world and the galaxy and the space, whatever, universe, whatever. And then also this guy who's been so old that he's like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. So much so that he's like the last of his people finally realizes, oh, well, I guess we should just die now. We've been around for too long. Well, time to die. And I liked that. It was pretty metal. This is a pretty metal episode. It's got me thinking about a lot of things. I like this episode a lot. What do you think of this episode? I like it. It's a good one. It's actually one of my more liked episodes, as in the episode that I like more in Star Trek because of its complexity. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 8. 8.3 out of 10. Boom. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Patterns of Force. It is directed by Vincent McEveety, written by John Meredith Lucas, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise, and they're trying to look for the specific name. His name is Gil, and they see that he's on this planet, right? And he hasn't really done any checking up on with the Federation, and so we have the USS Enterprise. They're going to this planet. They go to this planet, and they have records that the civilization, the Echoes, they're specifically not very advanced, but somehow when they beam down to this planet, it's like the 1940s Germany. And it's like, how did these people get all of this advanced technology? Well, the Zeons are here. Also, they beam down and immediately we see some tensions. Is it race or is it alien? Alien races? Yeah, alien race tensions. We got the Echoes, they're in authority. We got the Zeon, and they won't fight back. The Zeons are peaceful, they love people, they want to be able to spread their knowledge. And we got the Echoes, they're kind of barbaric. they're a barbaric society, and they have the authority, and since the Zeons have spread their technology to the Echoes used their technology against the Zeon, and I'm like, oh geez, but this is a civilization where the Echoes are in control, and the Zeons are being captured and discriminated against, specifically just because they're Zeons. Kirk's here is like, wait, what happened to the non-contact order? Obviously, this guy, the guy that we're looking for, he was able to influence his culture in such a way that it is now 1940s Nazi, literal Nazis, with the whole like arm patches and the swastika and everything about the society is Nazi. And so Kirk's like, oh geez, how are we gonna get around? I like this, I like their strat. We gotta bop a guy, steal their clothes. We gotta bop another guy, steal their clothes. Now they're trying to get into the place. They're trying to talk to the Führer. The Führer. I'm not German. I don't know how to pronounce that. The Führer. I don't know how to pronounce it. The Führer, I think is how it's pronounced. They're trying to talk to him, but obviously some people were like, "Wait, you look sick. Take off your helmet." And then, you know, it's Spock and Kirk down, so Spock has the ears, and they're taken to the prison, and they're getting whipped. And I'm like, oh geez, who thought that this was a good idea? I mean, this is not a good society to replicate after. You shouldn't try to replicate a society after Nazi Germany, because that's not good. A lot of people died. A ton of people died. So many people know of Hitler because of this, dude. Like, everybody knows this is not a freaking good society to look back on. But we got another planet, and they're copying Nazi Germany. Obviously, this freaking the Führer is in control. And this guy is from the Federation, and he was not supposed to interfere with their culture, but obviously he did, in a terrible, influential way. And so now we got Kirk and Spock. They're trying to get out of the jail. And first of all, I like, is it engineering ability? What's that called when you're able to take the world around you and just be able to create something inventive? I like how inventive they are. They're like, okay, Spock's here. He's like, oh, got a piece of metal. Remove the mattress. Take the metal parts, which, by the way, shouldn't be able to be easily removed like that. That's a hazard that could be used to stab somebody. You should. I'm looking at this. This is such a hazard. No. But of course, works for Spock's purposes. He's bending the metal. Oh, I gotta have it at least this distance away, and then, you know, hold it up to the light bulb. We go up to the light bulb, and then there's like a laser. They create a laser, and they laser the lock, and then they're able to escape. They're able to call for a guard. Help, finally, I'll talk. And then they make the guard unconscious, and then they steal the keys, and then they unkey themselves, and then there's another guy there, right, that they met earlier. This guy's like, I know where you're trying to go. Take me with you. And then they take him with him. And I'm like, okay. So this is interesting. We got Kirk, Spock. You know, they're trying to do a whole coup kind of dealio, trying to overthrow this government, as you would say, because this is obviously not for what the Federation wants. They don't want another Nazi Germany. Oh, geez. So anyway, of course, trying to find the Führer. There's a couple of times where they're like, "Oh no, we're gonna get caught. We'll make sure that we don't get caught by getting ourselves into some uniform." Kirk takes the uniform, and then we have Spock and the guy there to be like act as prisoner. Like, "Oh, we're gonna do experiments on them. Let's go to this back room." And so they have like some sort of alibi. So whenever a guard comes, they'll be like, oh, what's up with you? And he's like, I got some guys to experiment on. And they go to the back room, and they're looking for the communicators, but the communicators has been disassembled, and the phasers have been sent to somewhere else. So now they have to go to where the phasers are. And they're also trying to find this guy from the Federation. I'm looking at the situation, I'm like, why would Gil want to have the society? I'm thinking this. Kirk's thinking this. I'm like, this is interesting. But they're able to get to the room in which the outside of the room in which the Führer is at. So there's like this like little room, and then there's like this back room where the Führer sits. And then they're there, they're like trying to maneuver stuff, like, oh, we're gonna go in, we're reporters, we're doing woo-hoo, we got this little chick here, she's like, yeah, oh, I got you. But actually, I'm on your side. Let's go in. Let's infiltrate the Führer. And she's actually, like, top metal, like, top tier, Akuzen, E-K-O, Akuzen, the Echoesens, that's what it's pronounced. So she's, like, top tier metal, but she's, like, infiltrating from the inside. It's pretty cool. I like that. I like how she's infiltrating. And she's there to be as like some sort of alibi for why they're here. And we got Kirk and Spock, they're like, dude, ooh, we're television and we got the lights, woo-hoo-hoo, we're gonna film. There's this guy, obviously there's this guy who seems to be really into murdering all, not the Akizans, but the Zeons, right? They just want to murder them all. This one particular guy is like really like, I want to murder them. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And they're doing like the Hail Hitler thing, and I don't want to do it. It makes me nervous. I don't want to do it, you know? Okay, I see it, and I'm like, oh, this is making me nervous. Oh geez, this is not a good society that we're living in. Ooh boy, luckily we're not living in it. It's they're living in it. But you know, still, I feel bad for them. So anyway, so we got Kirk is like, how do we get into Ferris? Oh, you know what? This is great. I love this. I love how they get to the Ferris office. So you got two guards right there. Oh, we need a picture with you. Woo! The what is it called? The camera. Oh, we're gonna have the camera over here. We have the lights over here. We're gonna go behind you. Vulcan. Get him. Freaking Kirk and Spock work great as a team, and I love it. And they're able to get into the office, and this guy seems very drugged. Why is this guy drugged? Gills, why are you drugged? Wake up! Wake up! Come on! Also, McCoy's there too. He's entered this journey at some point, and he's got like a nice general officer costume, which is pretty cool. Come on! Wake up! Let's inject him with a stimulant. Can we inject them with more stimulant? No, we don't know. Uh-oh, there's some guys, they're knocking. We have to justify our existence. We have to all leave except for Kirk. And then Kirk just injects some more stimulant. I'm like, dude, I love this. I love it because Kirk has the authority to take the specialized opinion of people, right, and listen to them or not. He has that ability. Like, so when he has the stimulant, he's like, I think I should just add more stimulant. And then he's awake, but he's giving them some information. He's like, why? Why would you interfere? And you know, this guy seems like he's obviously dying. He's like, you know, I saw that they were struggling and I felt like, you know, I could help them a little. And Kirk's like, why? Why the Nazis? And he's like, well, it's because they were the most efficient society ever. The trains ran on time, or else. And so I was like, oh, you know what? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Under fear of death, you'd want things to run on time, because if you didn't have things run on time, you could get killed. Your life is on the line, quite literally. So obviously things ran on time. Versus like in a society where it's like, yeah, we can kind of be lazy and we're not like punished by death. We're punished by like, oh, maybe we don't get like another cookie, probably. We don't have enough money for a cookie. I don't know. Whatever. We're gonna put some AirPods in and tune the world out. If we live in a society like that, things are going to not run on time. So I understand why he's like, let's implement this society, but obviously it went way too far. It went too far, and by the time that he realized what he done. The guy out there who's like, oh yeah, I hate the Xeons, I want to murder them all. They should all go in the oven. I have all the oven capacity for all these Xeons, man. We could fit them all into the ovens, you know? And this guy's like, oh no, oh geez, I did something wrong, the skills guy did. And so this guy just drugged him. Drugs, lots of drugs in him. And now this guy is just not quite dying. He seems like he's dying, but you know, he does have enough energy, right? He has enough stimulants in him to give one last message. He's like, hey, there's this guy here, he sucks, he's misleading us all, he's using us all, we need a better society, please stop the killing, please stop the madness. And so all of the attention goes on that guy. That guy gets zapped, zoom. He gets deaded. He's dead. And now it seems like this society's going to have a more peaceful coexistence, which is pretty cool. I like how we're able to pin all the problems of this society onto one person, because people are just doing their jobs. That's the Nazi excuse. That's what the Nazis said they were doing. Oh, we're just doing our jobs. We're all just going to pass accountability to one person to another. We don't need any personal accountability. Otherwise, if anyone had personal accountability during that era, then freaking all the Nazis would be dead. But no, we only had to punish a few Nazis. I mean, whatever. I heard this line, I was like, that just made me think of that. And then my opinion on that. I think everyone should have personal accountability. You know, that's what I believe, personally. I personally should hold myself accountable for the actions that I do and not blame another outside force for the terrible actions that I did. So, that's just me. Let me know what you think of this episode. This episode ends that Kirk and Spock are like, hey, we did it. Now we get to go. Bye-bye. We're going to space. That was crazy, didn't he? He died. That was crazy. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. That was crazy. That's how the episode ends. You know, this episode's interesting. It makes me think, take what the recipe of what Germany was like back then, because I'm not a history buff, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I only know that that Germany was in a lot of debt and being blamed for World War I. And so you had to have like a bunch of people unite against one single force that they picked, right? And then go after them. Then really go after them. Keep going after them, right? And then keep going after them. And of course, anyone who doesn't like your regime, you go after them. So people are forced to like your regime, or else death. You know, so I get the philosophy behind this. It's just never executed well. Get it, execute. Execute. Let me know if I sound like a dummy in the comments below. What do you think of this episode? This is a pretty solid episode. It makes me big think. I'm not a history buff, but Nazis are bad. So I gotta give this episode's a solid, it's like an 8.1 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm Inside and I saw Star Trek the original series by any other name. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Jerome Bixby, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise as they receive a signal from a planet, hey, come here, and then they go. And then they go to the surface, and there's a couple of fellows, they look like humans, but they're not humans, and they paralyze the entire landing crew. That's no good. They want the Enterprise, and they quickly take over it because they have the ability to paralyze anyone. What's interesting is how they're able to get around this ability to paralyze people. These beings, they're not natively looking like humans. They're in human bodies. Their true forms look a little bit like octopuses. They have like 8 is that they normally don't have any senses of any kind. They're usually just whatever. They're trying to dedicate all their thought processes into intellectual things, and so they can have the superior intellect. They're smarter than humans. However, they've never felt any human emotions before, so they don't know at all how to respond to that. And so we got some sort of psychological warfare going on. We got Kirk coming in on the chick version of this alien, introducing her to what kissing is. And then we got the other guy, the guy with the chick. He's noticing that Kirk's doing a little bit of a kissu. And guess what? He gets jealous. Violently jealous. To the point where he tackles Kirk. What are you doing? You're getting her. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna kill you. Meanwhile, they have the ability to paralyze somebody. But they're using their bare hands. This particular man is using his bare hands against Kirk. He's real angry. He's feeling all these emotions. Kirk has emotions, but he's had 30-ish years to control his emotions. This guy, alien, not very knowledgeable of how to deal with emotions because he never has to deal with any, now is feeling a lot of emotions and he has no control. What's fascinating, we have Spock. A little earlier in the episode, he has his hand against this rock and he's using a mental probing into the chick in front of that rock. So it makes me think, how do these powers work? Is this some sort of force field power that's like, oh, wall? No problem. I can just use my powers through it. I wish his powers were more explained. Or rather, his powers are kind of intuitive, but then you have stuff like this happen where he's able to do like a mind meld through the rock to get to another person, and it just makes me question things. Because Kirk is such a strong, independent captain who is won't have these people take over his ship willingly, like he's not gonna let them just take it, you know, he's gonna fight for his ship. His entire crew turns into these weird cube triangle-esque things, and it's the essence of their being, and they're still alive in that form, but if you crush it, then you're just gone, just dust, essentially. This is a terrifying concept. Of course, these aliens are like, ugh, we don't like humans, we're not like humans, right? But these aliens are having very human reactions, and Kirk's like, hey, you're acting like a human. You don't want to be with us humans because you're becoming a human and you don't like us humans. And this guy's like, you're right, abort, we're all leaving, goodbye. And then the ship is restored back to normal, and Kirk has his ship again. It's just such a weird episode. Honestly, my favorite part of the episode was having Kirk and the rest of the landing party think their way through this problem. And it has to be in a logical way to go about this problem, because these aliens would be thinking of the logical ways to prevent them from finding a way to escape. They're not considering the illogical, though, which is what humans are great for. You just kind of wing it. And I like his ability to wing it. I like this episode. Honestly, the things that they wear in this episode is not super visually stunning, necessarily, except for the chick. The chick looks good, but the guy is just like, whatever, you know? I like this episode. It's a cool concept of an episode, so I gotta give it, it's a solid 7.5 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Omega Glory. It is directed by Vincent McEveety, written by Gene Roddenberry. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you, and there's so many freaking bugs out here. Don't you just love the summer? Speaking of heat, the USS Enterprise encounters a planet. Specifically, there is this ship from the Federation that's orbiting this planet, and there's just a bunch of crystals with a ton, and I mean a ton of clothes just laying there. And we got, Kirk's like, what's happening here? I'm also like, what's happening here? So he goes down to the planet's surface. Only a few people. Luckily, though, you know what's great? He sees the captain of the ship. He was the only one that survived. And he's like, well, okay, I'm glad that you are here. I'm sorry to say that you have to suffer this fate, but you can no longer go up to your ship because there's this disease, a virus, you'll say, that if you go back up there, then you're just going to infect the entire ship and die. But on this planet, there's this immunity thing happening, and I'm just seeing this and I'm like, wait, why? What's the immunity thing? Is it like in the atmosphere that they're able to be immune to this disease, but once they leave, then, oh, they got the virus. It's not gonna, whatever is in the atmosphere or on the planet's surface there is not going to be protecting them from this virus. And it makes me wonder what this thing could be. But this episode isn't necessarily interested in finding out what that could be like I am interested. Instead, Kirk is interested in the guy breaking the Prime Directive, which is to not interfere with this culture, and this guy has interfered with the culture. I see that this guy is like, I had no choice. I was going to die. My crew died, my pals died, I'm just alive. Lucky I'm alive. Unfortunate that they're dead. What's wrong with influencing a culture? You? And then Kirk's like, a lot of things are actually bad about this. I agree with Kirk here. Interesting culture. We got these guys who look like Kirk and this other guy, right? They have a lighter skin complexion. And they're savages on this planet. They are cavemen-like, very prone to violence. The only thing they know how to do is go attack. And basically, if you have somebody just there in the world, they'll just attack them, just for the fun of it. And this is the problem. And also the peaceful people, they're like darker in complexion. And so when you got the guy, the Federation guy, is coming in the middle, out of nowhere, and he's just like, I'm here to help. They didn't really have any choice but to trust him, but they were very wary, and I like this added detail. It also explains why the rest of the people are very wary of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. I get it. But then, I'm not sure why, but now Kirk has to go in the cell. Well, I do know why. I don't know why, though, okay? So here's what happens. He's like, oh, well, why can't you just talk to them? He's like, the freaking general guy. It's like, hey, well, how about you try spending a cell with them for one night? And they just locked Kirk in there, and then Spock's locked in there too. And like, did they commit high treason or something? Oh no, it's because this guy wanted to lock up Kirk and Spock to prevent them from talking to the Federation, I guess. I mean, if this guy knows anything about Kirk, he should know that Kirk will not allow this to happen. Kirk is really fighting that guy. Like, there's a guy and a chick of the feral breed, and they go at Kirk all night. But what's interesting is that there's this twisty twist of this, there's like this little bars, and you got the little window thing, classic jail trope. You know, untwist the bars, you little Spock figured out, and this guy has like super strength. He just like rips the bars out, and And it's like, oh, maybe Kirk and him will have a bonding moment, but no, he just immediately knocks him out, and Kirk is down. Kirk also finds out that the tribes, the groups, they're named after Earth concepts. Like, you got the Yanks are based off of the Yankees, and geez, that's a big boy. Are these like lightning bugs? Or they're big mobs? Anyway, so you got the Yankees, and then I think they're called the Cons. They're based off communists. The way that Kirk gets there is really grasping for straws for me, honestly. I had to hold my suspense of disbelief for this one, because there's just a lot of leaps and bounds made in this episode in order to get Kirk to be like, oh, this guy, you clearly have gone insane. And this guy's like, well, look, we got a perfect culture here. You know, we're taking care of the savages. And I feel like since they've already interacted with the culture, what is Kirk going to do? Is he just going to leave them alone with the new advanced culture? Is he going to revert them back? There's no way to revert them back, or like maybe teach them a little bit. I'm not sure what Kirk could do in this. And then this episode gets really confusing because now he's like, well, actually, Spock, you're the devil. Spock's the devil. Uh-oh, we should get him. And then instead of going after Spock, they go after him and like get him. This episode is so hard to follow towards the end of it. It makes me wonder what was happening when this episode was written. Gene Roddenberry, I know you're dead. Who am I talking to if you're dead? Anyway, why did he do this? Does anyone know? Please let me know in the comments below. I am so perplexed by this episode. It starts off interesting, like this guy breaks the Prime Directive. And then I feel like at some point he goes insane for some reason. And at some point, Kirk realizes, oh, actually, we could have just gone back up the entire time because the going back up to the ship only is a problem if you go back up the ship too fast. Like if you only are down in the planet's surface for 5 minutes, you don't have whatever immunity the planet gives you to the virus the planet also gives you. This episode is weird. I don't know. I don't like this episode that much. And also this episode ends and they're like, cool, I guess we'll just leave. And they do. Whatever. This is a hard one to even remember. I watched this in like awe because I was looking at the screen just like, okay, I'm kind of getting what's going on here. About halfway through the episode, I'm like, okay, this is making sense. And then like the last 10 minutes, I'm like, what is going on? What's up with saying Spock is the devil? Come on, man, that's just rude. I wouldn't do that to his face. Come on. He's right there. He has feelings. He might be Vulcan, but he has feelings, okay? Anyway, this episode is a doozy. Let me know what you think of the episode in the comments below. I'm gonna have to give it a solid, oh god. It's not that good, but it's, you know, not terrible. It's kind of Star Trek's mid, actually. So, it's a solid 6.5 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. Are you worried about AI taking your job? Star Trek has an episode for you. I'm in Salad and I saw Star Trek, the original series, the ultimate computer. It is directed by John Meredith Lucas, written by Lawrence N. Wolfe, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. All these mosquitoes are coming out, they're biting at my legs. Well, let's go. This episode starts following the USS Enterprise. They're summoned. You know what's happening? You got the guy, Wesley, Commodore Wesley. He's like, hey, take this M5. It's basically just going to take over all of the functions of the ship. It's going to take control of it. And I'm rubbing my leg because the mosquitoes really like my legs so much. And I don't want them biting me. Anyway, so we have the M5 is now taking over the ship, it's taking over main control functions, and it's doing some weird things, like whenever it does a task, it shuts down parts of the ship. And on top of that, when there's nobody in that part of the ship as well. So it's doing some weird power things, and Kirk and McCoy are like, not a big fan of this, and Spock's like, I love it, it's awesome, this is crazy, this is gonna be awesome, this is the most logical thing in the world, right? And I'm like, this is gonna be terrible. The computer's not gonna know how to take nuance in and, you know, analyze the situation, the best move for the situation that they're in. That's why you need a good captain like Captain Kirk, and the computer's not gonna know. And sure enough, we get more decisions with the computer. Like there's this ship, it's just like cargo essentially. It's a cargo spaceship, whatever. And it's just hustling, bustling. And you know what? The frickin' M5's like, we gotta go real fast. And I'm gonna lock all the controls. Like, no mosquitoes. Stay away. Stay away, mosquitoes. Mosquitoes away from my body. Anyway, so we have the M5. You know what? We're gonna attack that thing. Go fast. Lock the controls. There's no off button. And it's like, this Commodore Wesley is like, oh, it's totally fine. It's actually A-okay. You wanna know why? Because I believe in technology and I model it after myself. And I'm just thinking, maybe it's your ego at play that's preventing you from turning off M5, or at least attempting to talk to it, because later in the episode it's discovered that you can't actually turn off M5. And so he has to go in and be like, yo, what's up, dude? Can you not? And M5 basically talks to him like they're talking to each other. What's interesting, it's a nice observation made by Kirk, okay? And McCoy and Spock is like, this is so illogical how the computer is working, I can't understand it. So this is like a human intuition thing. You humans are on your own, okay? You guys deal with this. And so we got McCoy and Kirk, and they're like, you know, this is a tricky situation. What's your objective? Kirk and McCoy are like, we gotta figure out how to stop M5, because we have this freaking M5 is convincing Wesley that this is actually the ultimate thing. You gotta listen to him. And because Wesley based M5 off of himself, obviously he's gonna be like, yeah, this computer's right, obviously. You know, it's a reflection of him. And so I like the way that Kirk approaches this. He's like, okay, here you go. Guy, M5, what is your directive? M5's like, oh, well, I want to protect lives. And then Kirk's like, dude, you're literally murdering people. You go after this ship, this freaking cargo ship, and actually, I didn't explain this, but he also went after another starship, another USS Starship. And then they have a whole freaking fleeing thing, and we got the freaking guy who is commanding the other starship. He's like, Federation, command, USS Enterprise is doing a pew-pew at us. What's going on? What? Dude, can I have permission to kill him? And freaking the Federation orders. You know what? Federation orders like, yeah, sure, just do it, because they can't understand why Kirk is attacking them. That's crazy. Kirk would never do it. And so I like how Kirk knows the other captain, right? And so he's like, okay, so I've convinced the M5 to stop because it's going against his objective, and the M5's like, okay, I messed up. I'm gonna die now. And then he just dies. He's gone. And now the USS Enterprise has full control now. Full control of the USS Enterprise. I don't have full control of these mosquitoes attacking my leg. You know, I'll count how many I have bug bites by the end of this review. So anyway, Kirk is like, let's stay still. Turn off all of our shields. Turn off our engines. I'm gonna trust the guy. I know that guy. I know what he's like. He has humanity. And so he's gonna approach us, and I like how Kirk knows that guy. Human intuition, mind you, not computer. Frickin' that guy is like, okay, so obviously they're just defenseless now. They're just sitting there. Totally defenseless. They're here to communicate. And so that's how Kirk gets out of that. And I'm just like, wow, this is pretty insane. Want to know why humans aren't going to be replaced by AI? Because of human intuition. You have to teach AI with 1,000,000 different photos of red balls, for example, that it's a red ball. You say to a person, that's a ball, maybe a couple of times until they understand that that is a ball. They know what a ball is. If it's red, if it's orange, if it's yellow, it's still a ball. AI, you have to teach it different ball types. Oh, this is a yellow ball. Please don't mistake this with a sign. Even though that this looks exactly the same as the red ball, it's just a different color. AI can't tell that. AI doesn't know ideas, okay? Let me know if you agree in the comments below. That's why I think humans will remain strong. Humanity forever. I'm on humanity's side. Humans are going to keep control of the computers where they belong. I like this episode a lot. It raised my mood. It raised my spirits. I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling good. Go look at this episode if you want your spirits also raised. I like this a lot. It's a lot of nuance that Kirk has to deal with, like politics, you know. Even though it's clearly a bad idea, this guy is higher in rank than Kirk. So Kirk can't really do anything about it, except for let the thing do its course, and then Kirk will deal with it when he can. So I like this episode a lot. I give this, it's a solid 8.8 out of 10. Boom. Beam me up. Ever wonder what would look like if Rome never fell? There is a Star Trek episode for that. I'm in Salad and I saw Star Trek, the original series, Bread and Circuses. It is directed by Ralph Sinesky, written by Gene Roddenberry and Gene L. Kuhn. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise, and they're patrolling around. And while they're on patrol, they find this ship that was deemed to be destroyed a while back, but it's here. And it seems to be there's a lot of remains of this ship too. And so Kirk's like, interesting. So we lost this ship a while back. I'm intrigued to see, is there anybody alive? You know, where'd they go? Where is everybody on this ship? And I like that Spock's the type of person to be looking into the records and be like, yo, actually, looking at some of the records on that planet, there is a guy named Maricus. And so that's weirdly, suspiciously similar to this Merrick guy who is the captain of this starship. And what's fun is that I'm like, okay, so clearly this guy is breaking the Prime Directive. Also, I just noticed that these last few episodes of the season, quite a few actually, the back half of season 2 mostly focuses on people breaking the Prime Directive, in between like other types of episodes, but the Prime Directive is like really getting hammered home in this season. So anyway, Kirk's like, I'm gonna go down there. And so he does. He goes down there with Spock, and immediately he gets hounded by these people who claim to be followers of the sun, which is interesting. I like it. Also, McCoy's here. He's like, this is fascinating because You know, there should be worshiping Jupiter and Neptune and stuff, right? I mean, if I remember correctly, the planets were named after Roman gods, except for Earth. So anyways, so they're supposed to be like, oh, Jupiter, woohoo, yeah, let's go, Jupiter, or Neptune, or whatever. No, they're worshiping the sun, which is interesting. And so this perplexes people. This perplexes McCoy and Spock and Kirk. And I'm like, this is a fascinating parallel. Also, this Rome has 20th century stuff. Like the television. They have the television, and they televise gladiator stuff. You know, the gladiator stuff, it's just in the set now. It's pretty cool, but still lots of murder. Kirk's like, I want to see Maricus, and every person he talks to is like, you seem a little bit suspicious. We're gonna hold you, we're gonna capture you, we're gonna keep trying to capture you, you know. And we get to the point where he gets to meet with Maricus and Marcus. Maricus is there just like, I'm chilling, being cool, awesome, amazing guy. Kirk asks, yo, why did you break the Prime Directive? And when I heard him say the words that came out of his mouth, this Merrick guy, I was like, bro, what? He was like, okay, I liked the culture here, and I think that we should preserve the culture here. And so I volunteered, you know, made a whole promise with the guys here. Luckily, we just were like looking for parts to fix our ship with, and this guy comes in and he's like, oh, let me tell you about our culture. And I made a promise to that guy that I would help him out. So, you know what I did? I asked my starship people to come down, all of them to beam down. And anyone who couldn't make it, didn't make it. Anyone who did, who could make it, has made it. In this society, in the Roman society, where gladiator sports are a common occurrence, and I'm thinking this is a terrible captain. I don't like him. Nope, not one bit, no. Why would he do that? He seemed like pretty morally bankrupt. What could have caused him to break the Prime Directive? This episode doesn't really cover why he broke the Prime Directive, except for with the explanation that he needed to preserve this history. But, you know, talking to Marcus is a pretty smart big-brained, bright guy. He's able to pick up on social cues and details, so I can understand a little bit after seeing them interact and seeing Marcus interact with Kirk, how Merrick could even be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna break the Prime Directive. Haha, screw the Federation. I'm here, I'm gonna live riches here. I mean, I guess you can have short-term pleasure, but in the long term, it's going to not be good. Like, now. Also, what's fun is we have Kirk is, you know, trying to escape the jail, and so is McCoy and Spock, and Merrick and Marcus are like, oh, we should just have them in the gladiator fight. And guess what? They're sent to the gladiators fight. What's interesting is that we have Kirk and like this other guy, just like some local, general that they meet walking along. Like he was part of the slaves that ran away that were the worshippers of the sun, because they have a slave class. And the slave class has a bunch of benefits like government pay. And I'm like, isn't it cooler to be a slave in this society? Because you don't have to deal with thinking about what to do with somebody that you own. You are just owned. You don't have to think about anything. You're just a slave to a person. You have to think about it. I mean, ignorance is bliss, right? If you're smart, you would know this. You don't want to be smart. It's annoying. Everyone else is annoying. And you can't justify why dumb people do the things that they do. Versus if you're a slave, you can be like, la-di-da-da-da-da-da. I'm just going to do what this person who owns me is going to do. And I don't have to think about it at all. So in that way, it is ignorance is bliss. But I don't condone slavery. I'm just saying in this society, since they have benefits and such, like, it seems like they've got a good deal going on there, you know, but still, there's still slavery, which is bad. Slavery is bad. I don't think I have to mention this, but it is bad. Don't own people, please. Anyway, so now they're in the gladiator ring, which is not a ring, actually, it's a studio. Kirk and this gladiator versus McCoy and Spock, and then they fight other people, and they each get their own mate. So Spock's able to just be like, I'm just kind of like here, and the other opponent's like, you're scared. And Spock's like, nah, dude, I'm just like here to entertain, I'm just kind of chilling. And then whenever he gets a moment, he's like, Vulcan, and he gets it. And then he also gets McCoy, and then it's like, everyone's like, boo, no, that sucked, that was terrible. But what's interesting is that at some point, Merrick was like, oh man, I feel kind of bad. I should let Kirk go, and then he does, and then when he lets Kirk go, frickin' Marcus is like, dude, what the heck? That's not good. I'm gonna murder you now. And then he gets all murdery. And then we have, great thin chance of winning, and they do. Winning meaning getting out there before they get caught, and they do. And it's pretty great. They go up there. Hora's like, that they're talking about not the sun like the literal sun, but the sun like the son of God, like Christ God, because, it's Rome, and Christ is from Roman time. You've probably read the Bible, heard of it. Did you know the Bible's the most stolen book? Anyway, so this is a fun episode. This was fun. I've already said that. I don't know, it's just big fun to me. It's an interesting observation. It's a good thought experiment to think about what Earth would be, what a place similar to Earth would be like, except for like a few key details, like Rome never fell. It's always been standing still, All roads lead to Rome, and they all do, and Rome's big now. So it makes me wonder what their society is like even more. I've got a glimpse of it, but I kind of want to know a little bit more about their history and such. This is a fun Star Trek episode. Kirk did good. I like Spock. My favorite part is when Spock's like battling with the guy, and he's like not trying at all, and then when he puts an effort, he immediately gets the guy. Like, nice. I like that. This is fun. Go watch it. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 8 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. Do you know this episode has footage from a pilot that was never picked up? Now it's in Star Trek. I'm in Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series, Assignment Earth. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Art Wallace and Gene Roddenberry, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise as they've time traveled back to 1980s, 60s era, whatever. They're here to do some research, and immediately I'm like, I hate this. Because in the past, whenever Star Trek has done some time travel episodes, it's always been because of something that they are doing causes them to go back in time, or maybe they're interacting with some entity, or maybe they fly around the sun too much, and then they go boom, and then they are in the right time, or whatever. It's always a reason. This episode doesn't even show anything. It's just like, we're back in 1960s. So of course they intercept this transporting of a guy who, he's just, doing some transporting thing, and he comes onto USS Enterprise, and we got Kirk. He's like, what is up with you? Who are you? And this guy, he says his name is Seven, and he's here specifically to have these events happen that are supposed to be pivotal for the future. It's supposed to be for the best of the future, right? And so Kirk is like, part of me doesn't believe him, part of me does believe him. Like, what if I'm messing with something by keeping him here? Let me do that anyway. And he puts him into security holding, and lo and behold, the guy gets out. First of all, this guy is really interesting looking. He's got like a suit on, he's got a cat, and he has this screwdriver kind of thing. When I say screwdriver, it looks to me like one of those supersonic wand thingies that Doctor Who has. It's just what it reminds me of. And so I was like, this is so weird. This is so interesting. Okay, this guy escapes. So Kirk has to go down to the planet's surface. We got Spock's there too. And of course, immediately as soon as they arrive, they get captured by the police there. And then also this guy's trying to sabotage this rocket. Specifically, this is the day in which they have a bunch of nukes go up into space and just like hover there. And so they're doing that. They're doing fun rocket stuff. And this guy is assigned to make sure that these doesn't happen. Make sure that there's no nuclear potential at all. Okay? And I'm just thinking, okay, this is interesting because I think from what I remember in like the 21st century, Star Trek's past had some sort of huge civil war that made it so the world was very, not like this obviously, but like very, what is dilapidated? That's the word, dilapidated. And then from that, they'll be like, okay, well, now we're just going to be like focusing on peace because we saw what happened. And then they're able to make the Federation out of it. And also a bunch of starships and also fun jazz. I remember that from a previous episode. Now this guy is saying that in order for things to happen, you have to stop the nukes from happening. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. You could still have civil war without nukes. I just wonder what the Civil War is about now, honestly. So that's what I'm thinking. What's fun about this episode, more specifically, is chasing this guy. Plus, he has like a cool cat, and the cat is intelligent and has its own brain. Everyone just assumes it's a cat, and then the cat can just do whatever it wants and just help Seven out. And so there are several moments where he's like, okay, I'm gonna go and figure out how to get onto the rocket. I'm gonna do some coordinates. I'll do some circuitry. Oh my goodness, I'm being beamed up. Wow, this USS Enterprise has got a beam on me. But it looks like it's being intercepted by this secretary lady who was snooping around. And she was already established in the episode, so it makes sense that she's there. So she's snooping around, accidentally finds his hidden place, and finds his computer, and then touches some buttons, and brings him there. And she's like, oh no, I'm sorry. He's like, what are you doing? Oh, okay, I can actually like remotely control these rockets. And I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, why didn't you remotely control the rockets before? Like, why couldn't you just wait? Seriously. I mean, I know that you were in a little bit of a delay because of Kirk getting you. You know, he found you. He accidentally got you. And I just think that it's kind of not logical to me. It's not logical at all. If you have the ability to hack into a freaking missile from your fancy computer, why don't you do that? So anyway, he's hacking to this missile. It's a cat and mouse chase between him and Kirk and Spock. But eventually Kirk and Spock find him, and they're like, what are you doing on this computer? He's like, I have to make sure that I have access to these missiles, and then I'm going to, let them fall, but detonate them at like a safe distance from the ground. And Kirk's like, we don't really have much choice here. I think we should just trust him. And then they do trust him, and he detonates the missile from like 100 feet up in the air. So it still makes me wonder, like, of course, the interception by the USS Enterprise, that's unlucky. And then he escapes, that's cool. But then his next move is to go to the rocket launch itself and try to mess with the rocket there. I don't agree with that decision, just because that's not the logical one to make, especially with the tools that you have. You have a computer. I already mentioned this. You have a computer that can control missiles, dude. Come on, man. Just use that the entire time. So, two things about this episode. Already found convoluted. Why are they in the 1960s, this freaking USS Enterprise? I know why. I just don't take it. I don't take their explanation. And then also, this guy should have been using the computer the entire time, but of course, he stops the nukes. Makes sure that these people realize that nukes are not the way. Woohoo! And also, now this guy's like, well, I'm gonna go now, bye-bye, and then he goes, and Kirk is like, wow, this is such a weird mission. I guess we're just gonna go back to, well, I guess we'll go back to present time. And I'm like, how can you do a time travel? Are you gonna slingshot yourself around, I guess, or slingshot yourself around a planet again? Is that what you plan on doing? I gotta be honest, this is one of the weaker Star Trek episodes. There are moments in which I like it, but a lot of it really hinges on me believing that they're just there for good reason and that they have the ability to do it. And I don't believe they have the ability to time travel without some external force. That's what I think. It hasn't been established in this show that they do have time travel like humans do. But, you got cool rocks that can time travel for you, I guess. So anyway, this is a weird episode. I'm interested to see what Season 3 is like. This has been my time as a science officer. Mint Salad science officer is no longer here. So I gotta give this episode, honestly, oh my god. If it weren't for them being there in the past, then this episode would have not happened. And I just don't believe that they would have any means to go into the past with current technology. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Let me know if you think that I'm wrong, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I should go back and watch this episode again because I must have missed something, or whatever you're going to comment, leave it down in the comments below. I gotta give this episode, what is this episode? I give this episode, it's a solid, 6.7 out of 10. If you like this review, watch another one the platform really likes that. If you want a fast track movie, you can do that for $20 dinos at patreon.com/ASEPresents. And if you like to help support the daily grindiness of all them daily movie reviews, go to this link tree, find the way you can help support the daily grind of all them daily movies, so I can go here. And until next time on Mint Salad Sauce, see you later to my salad croutons and bacon bits. Beam me up.